Hello, hello, every sluggy. It is I, Mino Miyushi, Cyborg Sea Slug, here for a shelf of time, and today we're going back into the horror hole. Hopefully, this time it is less depressing, because last weekend was really kind of awful. Those lots of content warnings for this one as well, though, just keep in mind. Actually, let me go back and check something real quick. Do I still have. Yeah, violent and graphic depictions is probably at least something. Surprisingly, a lot of these are not actually rated properly M on the Twitch site. Like, it doesn't actually filter it automatically as a mature game. I'm just like, but look at those warnings, though. How is this not a mature game? But I digress. This one should at least be more hee cosmic horror and other stuff, which, again, some people definitely are not vibing with. Understandable. But at least it's probably less depressing. We're going to find out one way or another. So let's go say hi to our funny little Eldritch Princess as a treat. The banner's good enough. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pen comment, yeah. So this is a horror game. It's not intended for all audiences. I put the content warning list up there. Contains flickering image effects as well as a parallax effect that on rare occasions has caused motion sickness in players. If either of these cause health issues for you, you can disable them in the game's preferences. To my knowledge, that should not be a problem for me. I don't know exactly how that works on the viewers. I'm not quite sure. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Cap. I'm calling cap on that. Like, don't get me wrong, I love me a monster wife, but this seems, from what very little I know. How's my weekend? It's not been too bad. It's been very eepy. Like, I got over shingles. I spent pretty much all of the week working out and trying to get back into relative shape. Did DDR Friday night, exploded, stayed up until like 5 or 6 a.m. on Vivi's stream. And then was basically sleeping all day yesterday until Mario Party, and then that just was, woof. Yeah, no, I had shingles for like a month, for like all of September. It was awful. Yeah, let's see. I think the audio should be okay. Let me double check. Didn't really look too much on the other stuff quite yet. There we go. It's happened, sadly. It was definitely terrible, but it's in the past and it may eventually come back, but I'll deal with that when that comes. So let's see. What do we got here? We got full screen. Or nope. Full screen, probably the best. Skip unseen text after choices, transitions, quick menus. Blinking C... What does that even mean? It's blinking CTC? That's not CQC, it's not close quarters combat. I don't know what that actually means. Boil effect is a little... What does that mean? Like, there's a lot of options here. I don't know what half of them mean, so that's a little worrisome. If we need to disable things, we can figure it out, but for the time being, I'm going to leave it default. Like, again, the content warnings are there. If there's any weird stuff, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, because I'm not psychic. Actually, wait, it has a detailed combat system? Really? Surprising. I thought it was just like a visual novel. Okay, then. Let's see, controls, accessibility menus, dialogues, advances dialogues without selecting choices, arrow keys, escape, tab, T, quick save, quick... Okay, there's at least quick saves and quick loads, screenshots, hide Caesar interface. Okay, so there's nothing too complex, it looks like. I'm probably going to stick to keyboard and mouse. Is he lying? Is he being serious? I don't know. Again, I know, like, practically nothing about this. Like, all I know is about the trailer, and that's just about it. And that trailer was, like, years ago, so... Definitely very fresh and green on this. Again, people apparently actually like this, unlike the other game I played last week, so hopefully it's not, like, deeply disturbing in a way that makes me depressed, so... We'll see. We'll see. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods.
Oh, narrator.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Pretty straightforward. Also, that's a very nice narrator voice. Good job. Hopefully got paid well enough.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
In a metaphorical sense or a literal sense? Oh, okay, so this is how the menu... Oh my god, what? That's a lot of options. Killing Princess seems kind of bad. Like, there's like a dozen options here. This is... I hate choice paralysis. I just need to choose something or else I'm gonna be here all day.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
I mean, people is hit or miss. People kind of will eventually be their own undoing, but the trees and the birds are innocent at least. How can a princess locked away in a basement in the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
I mean, you could maybe give me at least some details as a treat. And yeah, if you consider maybe the only reason she's gonna end the world is because she's locked up.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
I wonder, does exploring also... Is there a time system here? Does exploring also waste time? And if I'm wasting time, does that affect how things go?
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because
but if she's so dangerous, why didn't...
She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
But why didn't you just kill her then? Or is it some kind of spooky curse?
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
I like pragmatism.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
But how...
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the end
okay,
is
that's...
it's about to ruin everything.
Okay, that's a damn good line. It's like, no metaphor on the chicken or the egg. The egg's about to hatch and destroy everything. That's pretty apt.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? I don't know, despite the horrors, I do kind of like the world, so... Do I get a reward? I don't know, I feel like the world ending... The reward is not being dead. Like, these are all pretty cut and dry. Like, I could just leave, I could ask someone else, but I don't think there's enough time for that. Killing a princess seems bad, but... Then again, we eat the rich all the time, or sure as hell want to, so... Like, just because you're in a position of power does not make you good. And if the world is supposedly ending, that is a problem. Look, I'll go into the cabin, I'll talk to her, and if she's a bad as you say, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. I don't vibe with this. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Yeah, no, that's never vibed with me. I'm the last person on Earth who's gonna be like, yeah, okay, I'm an obedient puppet, teehee. No, that's not how I've ever rolled. Turn around and leave. You know what? I'm feeling a little sassy.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Don't worry, I am a professional at pulling myself out of situations.
Each and every one of us is doomed.
I'll be fine.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find
like, honestly, this game's...
within.
Like, the intro is so cute, and I know it's gonna go straight to hell in a handbasket.
We're not gonna go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slave
Wait, the narrator is also the voice of the hero? That's gonna be a little confusing.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Now you're just kind of getting a little silly. Proceed into the cabin, our only choice. We can kind of wiggle around. Whee! And there's like this weird like blur effect on the right side, which is a little concerning. Like, this is completely separate from anything else. What's with the feathers and the hair? I don't like that. Perhaps we've already taken too long meandering. Ooh boy.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Wait, did we not... If we're a hero, why didn't we just bring our own weapon? Are we supposed to... Does it matter what we use?
The blade is your implement.
Why would...
You'll need it if you want to do this right.
But why not just bring it with us from the start? I guess I'll take the blade.
You take the blade
Gotta
from the
be
table.
prepared.
It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement. Eee.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an...
Okay, so there's a history, save, load, preferences, okay, the usual stuff. So we can save, like, mid... Oh no, I accidentally made the narrator shut up, I'm so sorry! Door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. What is this just more? Okay, it's the same options we had before. So we got a history log. We can just save manually. I'm not sure if there's an autosave or not, honestly, but... AQ... Wait, why does he go AQ? Okay, automatic saves, quick saves. That makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. So there is autosave.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not as if she's the one in charge down here.
That's pretty authoritative, but she is a princess, so I'll give them that much.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
It's okay, buddy. I am well aware of how manipulation works. I've had to deal with some stupid crap before. I think I'm better in life at this point. I don't feel like I need to really announce myself. So I'm just gonna go down the stairs. Like, telling her we're here to kill her seems kind of moot and gives her time to do whatever the heck she can or cannot do. And we're not really here to check in. This isn't a social visit.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
But why only one chain? This feels like a setup. Why would you not use both chains? Like, I get the feeling she could just escape if she wanted to. If she really, truly wanted to. So what's the actual deal here, then?
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Let me break it to you, buddy. Lots of very, very attractive people can be very, very evil. It's part of the manipulation. It's easier to be evil when people like you. Crazy, I know.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yes. Yes. Kind of, I think. That's the plan. Should I just be sarcastic, or... There's also the question of if she has any weird powers, I don't know what they are. Is it kind of like an old, like, Baba Yaga kind of thing, where you're like, oh, hey, now that I'm in your range, you can do, like, hypnosis or some kind of magic nonsense? Is it like, if you answer with a question, you're automatically caught into a web kind of deal? Yeah, I'm not gonna say
You step
anything.
forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
And besides, if this does somehow end the game, which I doubt, we can just play it again. It's a video game, thankfully.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
That's a good question. If you actually are some kind of horrible thing that can destroy the world, I don't have a damn clue why this would possibly work.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
She has a point. She definitely has a point, but... Very strange game. Again, I really doubt trying to just kill her would work.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
But now you're issuing a funny little challenge to me, and you are so supposedly ending the world, so honestly, those interests align at this point.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
I was about to say, she's probably has something up her sleeve to be talking in that tone. I doubt she's bluffing. I feel like just talking will give her time to kill me easier. Wait, do we actually get the option to just try to kill her right here? I figured there'd be more to it. It can't be that easy, right? Like, yeah, we could explore, we could be like, blah, 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 but again, I feel like talking will give her time to prepare something? Like, I'm not saying this is like a just following orders kind of thing, it's more of a... This is a very bizarre situation to begin with. I know enough Fae bullshit. I doubt this is Fae bullshit necessarily. I know that Cosmic Horror is a tag. Unfortunately, that does kind of spoil the surprise a little bit if there even was meant to be one, because I'm pretty sure they also alluded to that in the trailer, and also just like the actual like Steam title page implies there's definitely more going on here. And while I do want to find out what the deal is, if this does somehow actually work, which I doubt, we could again probably just replay the game. So if we're going through this logically, I should just kill her. Perish.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
I'm not giving you time. Surprise is the true mastery. Yee-hee!
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Okay, and then she's probably gonna be like, haha, ready for round 2, bish.
Oh.
Okay, she's also caught off guard, at least, surprisingly. She can't read minds, that's good to know. Good data.
This is it, isn't it?
There's no way. Is this when you're like, haha, psych? Like a murder mystery movie?
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this is
Not
enough to kill me?
necessarily, no. Trust me, I sure as hell tried.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yeah, and that's why I decided to just try to kill her, because when someone's that confident, they're usually not talking out of their ass.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
Are you sure she's just convincing herself, or are we convincing ourselves at this point? Because that seems way too easy.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face.
Yeah, and I'm gonna turn around and she's going to eat me or something. There's no way it's that easy.
But is it over? Really over?
I was about to say... That was too easy. Oh, no, actually... Oh... Maybe it is a mind thing. If I think she's not dead, that might revive her, ironically? Oh, that would be evil. but sensible for something that could potentially have kind of multidimensional factors. Like, it's literally like, hey, if you believe that the boogeyman is dead, then the boogeyman's actually dead, but if you don't, and he preys on your fears, are you a fear-based entity? I'm too much of a logical jackass for this to actually work. I don't know, of course it is. She's obviously dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
If I just believe it's over, right? If I can't see the monster, it can't see me.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door
Okay.
to the basement behind you.
Yeah, that's a sensible decision, at least if she does try to jump scare. Unless she can teleport through walls, which I would not put past her, we're probably fine.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
That's probably for the best.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
The greater good is such a weird concept, because I know there are things I will absolutely not do for the greater good. Like, an example that was made very plainly clear to me is someone was like, oh hey, if you could commit any crime, get convicted of it in court, and then have to spend jail time for it, but if you did that, it would never happen again, like it wasn't like conceptually possible, would you do it? And there's some things I want to get rid of in the world crime-wise that I found that even if I could do it and make sure it never happens again, I could not make another victim. I could not make another victim even if it was for the greater good, so... But this is a very different case. Like, that's just, oh hey, you committed a crime, this is a weird, magical, who knows what. The world here is not the same as our world. So presumably, the magic narrator is probably right, and that she would end the world, I think, maybe. It's like a very weird, messed up logic puzzle. It's probably fine. Guilty? Yes. For the best? In this case, maybe.
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain
And then I get jump scared.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all.
It was a trick
Where
within a
lush
trick within a
forest
trick.
Stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened?
Or is it an... Oh my god, is it like the Eldritch thing of if they think of you, you exist, and since we killed them, and if they are an actual Eldritch cosmic horror, now that they're dead, the outside doesn't exist because it's no longer being thought of? Because if so, yeah, no, I actually fucked up real bad. I done
Everyone is
goofed.
fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good.
Is the narrator
Everyone
the
is
evil
happy.
one?
You'll be happy.
To be fair, magic narrator's not the most reliable thing here, but... Hey... I ironically got tricked, I think, because of the way the trailer framed itself. Because there's definitely something up with the princess, but there's also probably something up with the narrator. Maybe. Oh, okay. That's just that. That's just that simple, huh? Is that so? Like, honestly, at this point, I'd be so flabbergasted. Oh, okay is probably about as much as I would come up with.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind.
If you call that an open mind, sure.
This is what's best for everyone.
Okay, now
Trust
that just sounds malicious. This is what's best for everyone, dear. Mother knows best. Yeah, get that out of my face. Too late, though.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
My buddy, my boy, that doesn't sound like happiness. I hate boring stuff. Although, admittedly, if the price of saving the world was just to be bored to death, I guess things could be worse if at least you did save the world? Question mark? Huh. That's a tough one.
Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
It sure feels like it. But yeah, no, like, what's the deal here?
I do, but you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use
I
the blade to
am
get out
not
of
going
this.
to do that.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
I don't like that. I refuse outright.
He's right. It's the only way out.
I mean, you're technically probably correct, but also...
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place.
But also the narrator's
to
so
end.
sus.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
That doesn't make any sense. If you take the blade and use it on yourself, then there's nothing more to do because you are dead unless it's some other magic thing. God, it's how many layers are there here?
Don't you dare.
Yeah, I was about to say, if the blade, kills us, that kind of defeats the point. We can't do anything once you're dead. That's usually not how that works, although admittedly this is a world that operates on different rules.
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
People die when they are killed. Like, come on. Yeah, understood.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore?
He has
This
a point.
place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
Wait a minute. Is this like one of those like old tales where you're basically sealing it away for eternity and the only... Am I the seal? Am I Dorkun? Am I literally holding the door here so that if I die, she gets released? That... if the narrator would just explain literally anything. But of course that would be too easy. Like, I have a feeling like there's so many layers here. Like, okay, we killed her, supposedly. If she is an eldritch entity, then it's possible that killing her makes it that she doesn't think anything and therefore there is nothing to exist. But also, on the other hand, it could be we're here, we're not aging or dying, it feels like, from natural causes, so it feels like we are a magic seal. I've been playing too many damn video games. I done goofed.
I know this is out there,
There's
but
too many tropes.
trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
It's almost like I don't like any of the three people I've been introduced to. The narrator I don't like, the hero I'm not a huge fan of, and the princess, well, obviously some kind of evil shenanigans. Well, not necessarily evil, but eldritch at least? Is eldritch... Eldritch is weird because it kind of like goes outside of good and evil. It's an alien concept. They have different values. They think completely differently. Like, to us, yes, things can be evil, but to something else that has no concept or, God forbid, thinks of us as insects or dreams, it's kind of like, no, I don't want to spoil it. Basically, like, I don't view you as people, so killing you is not murder. If you know what that line is, you know what it is from. Like, that's how I feel like most eldritch entities operate on. It's like, it's not killing you because I don't view you as a thing. But I'm not risking death over your weird hunch.
I suppose we've got all the time in the world for you to change your mind.
Yes, we do, and if I'm a sort of seal of sorts, then killing me is a problem, because then I will no longer be a seal. And not like the cute seal, not the arp, arp, arp seal, not the funny little water doggo, but a magic seal.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Does it? What even is happiness is a very high tier philosophical question that honestly I don't think can be answered in something as silly as a visual novel, but okay.
Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
Again, I feel like if we do this, we might... It depends on how timelines work, because I know there's like some degree of looping. Like, you can definitely get a bad end and then just go back to the start. Again, the problem is the trailer revealed a little too much of its hand at the start. But at the same time, without the trailer, I probably wouldn't have even had the motivation to play this in the first place, so it's a double-edged sword.
The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Which in itself seems like a bad end, but again, if we're a magic seal, it's kind of the weird thing of, oh, hey, it's not, oh, actually, that would make sense. It's not just killing to save the world, it's literally self-sacrificing to save the world. We're pulling a Jesus, well, not, I can't say the actual name because that would spoil other games, but basically I feel like, again, as I've been saying, that we are probably some kind of, our mere existence is keeping things in balance, effectively. We are self-sacrificing. We are literally sacrificing ourselves to the world to keep things in check, is what it feels like is going on here. Yippee! Hooray! Okay, apparently it's an actual ending. Amazing. Beautiful. Okay, actually, wait, did I ever actually... You know, I really need to actually put my Go Live notifications in my Discord sometimes, maybe. That's not even the right screenshot. There we go. Yippee! Amazing. I honestly was not expecting it to be that simple. Although good ending doesn't feel that good. The voices in your head. Oh, so all the voices are the same voice. I see. So we beat the game. I guess it's time to just end stream. Bye, every sluggy. See you later. Nah, I'm just playing. We're gonna go check out the other stuff. But it's really funny that that actually worked out. Like, there's definitely a lot of questions left unanswered, especially to the nature of us actually, you know... If any of the things I was posturing were correct or not, I have no clue. Thank you so much as an expression of your gratitude. Here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Your song, The Princess, The Whirlwinder, Eternal Bliss. Yay, you did it! Yippee! Amazing. That took like no time. Wait. The screenshot is being... Actually screenshot, thank you. Okay, there we go. Okay, I can unhide this. Join the Discord, join the mailing list, join the subreddit, follow us somewhere else, make your playlist, play our other game. Main menu. Let's try that again. Let's actually interact with the princess properly this time, even if there's definitely a lot of problems here. Like, that was probably actually a good ending for the good of the world if my hunches are correct and we were basically acting as a living seal to make sure she doesn't get revived somehow. But... there's definitely more we can do with this. We arguably saved one reality, now to doom the rest of them. Yippee!
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Okay, what have we not asked? Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than
He
slaying
has a point.
a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Yeah, again, as I said, I'm definitely not a monarchist. Again, in history, lots of kings, queens, princes, and princesses have been downright awful people. And yeah, why does it have to be us? What makes us a special hero? Because all we literally did is just take a dagger and stab her.
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Like,
I
it's
don't
like
know
a
the rules. I
predetermined
wish I did,
destiny
but I
thing?
don't.
Because I don't vibe with a deterministic universe. Yeah, have you considered maybe I'm okay with the world ending, which is not a thing I would ever say. I like the world still.
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
You say that. Have you looked online? Ever? Some people are really deep in it.
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
God, I forget what the term is. I could argue that I'm a nihilist, but I'm like a... God, what is it? Like a, oh hey, it doesn't really matter, so whatever, let's just be silly, goofy. Not an, oh, well, nothing matters, I guess we'll just die, kind of. Not remotely the same thing. But still technically nihilism in a form, I suppose. Like, one day I'll return to space dust, and the world will keep moving. And I'm okay with that. Yeah, what if I just say no?
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
But why do I have to do it?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get
I'm
it.
surprised they're even offering a reward, considering that there was no reward and you're lying through your teeth. Unless you consider the reward being the world not ending, which I guess is its own reward. Can you tell me what my price... Yeah, exactly. What do I get for being a good boy?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better.
You are so
than your
full of it.
wildest imagination.
The only reason I was even remotely okay with getting that quote-unquote good ending is because I think I realized that we were meant to be a seal, and I can live with that. If it's something as simple as that, that's okay. But that's not a reward. That is definitely a sacrifice. But what if I just turn around and leave instead? What if we do the opposite entirely?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope, and do I really need to? Okay, fine, you're persistent. Maybe you'll slay or maybe you won't. You can definitely lie. Quietly continue. It's like I said, I'm pretty okay with the world ending. I like this answer the most. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I am not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Are you sure about that? Like, he definitely has his own ego. Whether he's correct or
That's
not.
strange. It looks like this path
You're kidding me.
also leads
Bullshit.
to the cabin. How convenient.
Bullshit.
Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved.
Like, I understand getting lost in the woods and getting back to the same place you were, but this is silly. Yeah, what if I just turn around and leave again?
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
Have we met?
It's remarkably selfish.
I'm a silly
if you
little
ask
guy.
me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Yeah. They'll be fine. I don't feel like everyone should die. That's a little extreme. And yeah, you're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this. If you try to emotionally blackmail me, I will explode you with my mind.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
Okay, but the thing is, you need to actually... Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just because I'm a silly little, very neurodivergent ADHD little turd, but I like explaining things and having them explained to me. Just being like, oh, just because. Like, that's what parents do. when you're a child and they can't explain to you. If you can't explain to me, are you actually sure what you're doing is right? You should be able to at least explain your case. Like, that's just the basics of any debate. If you can't debate your own position, then buzz off.
But fine. You
Like,
turn
it would
around
take you...
and trek back down the path you came.
If you supposedly have meta-knowledge of the world, you could just tell me. If you don't, then how the hell are you so sure what you believe in? Just because of a hunch? Are you also just relying on a hunch? Because that's no way to operate.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for
I'm going to shake
superstition
you from
or
my mind.
astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
That's cute. I have beef with the universe currently. The universe can go eat it, for all I care. Again, I don't vibe with a deterministic universe. Everyone can make their own dang choices. That's the whole point of free will. Yeah, I'll just walk in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm gonna just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived.
I like how the
as
music
well as
stopped.
For everyone who ever will.
That's a good touch. And again, he's pretty much objectively correct, but we're doing this for content. Like, again, if it was actually me doing the choices I wanted to do, I probably would have done the first one, because I understand maybe what's going on. But that's only because I'm a silly little troped-out slug. I have too much brain rot. Like, again, the way I'm thinking it is you have to take the princess by surprise like I did originally, and that the reason you're just sitting there forever is because you are a seal keeping her from reviving. If it ever actually explains this, we'll see, but currently we're doing the opposite.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes.
Or is the forest itself
Glimpses of
eldritch?
Familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
I like this. You're doing the horror concept right. Like, the idea of being able to try to leave a cosmic prison and just ending back up at the cosmic prison is actually pretty well done, if this is what you're doing here.
But as you focus
What
on
the
your
hell?
surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers
Why are
weren't
there
just
mul-
a trick of light.
Are we traveling through different realities at this point? What is going on?
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin.
Oh my god, we are
The
literally...
An infinite fractal of paths and cabins.
Fractal
desperately trying to
timelines?
draw you back to where you need to be.
Fractal timelines? Okay, So every time I make a choice... Is this like the Dragon Ball Z method of, like, time looping or time travel, where, like, every time you make a choice and change the time, it creates a parallel world, and now we're just seeing all the parallel worlds lined out? Because I can vibe with that. I can definitely vibe with that, as horrifying as that is as a concept. Like, this goes beyond just multiversal nonsense, if that's the case.
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, good question.
You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
In this timeline, you're absolutely correct. Sorry, not sorry. And this is why I can't have any kind of powers, because I'm the type of person who, if you give me infinite possibilities, I will explore every single possibility, unless it's something really, really, really dire, like something that goes completely against the core of my being. But video games don't let you do that in the first place, so I'm usually safe from that kind of thing. And I don't have to worry about whether I'd have to explore it or not, because I would say no to things. There are definitely things I'd be like, yeah, no, I will not do this. But they're not going to ever make you do that. Like, that game would get panned immediately.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
I'm sure it's fine.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Yippee! Wait, what do you mean Chapter 2? If the world has ended and everyone's
You're
dead...
on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path
Huh?
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
That's an ending? I mean, that's not an ending, it's a new chapter?
You're here to slay her.
I was about to say, I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Uh-huh.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking.
Oh my god!
Captive audience.
Voice of the contrarian, huh? I mean, that is what I'm playing here, intentionally on purpose. Because again, I like exploring the different options, but that's honestly on point.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
This seems kind of morally evil, but again, you have to make sure to keep in mind it's the frame of a game. Again, this is why I'm not allowed to be any kind of otherworldly being. I would probably ruin all the universes by being like, I want to explore this branch now, I want to explore this branch now.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are
What happens if we
plenty
just
of
keep
ways to
leaving?
pull that off.
How many times can we do this, I wonder? Also, thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it, Zim. Also, how are you doing, gamer? I hope you're very Gucci this weekend. We got one ending already. We're currently trying to basically just ignore the narrator for the time being, as a silly little contrarian guy, as a treat. We haven't actually reached any real Eldritch Horror stuff yet. Like, the content warnings are definitely going to come into play eventually, but for the time being, we should probably be safe.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
But what if I just leave again, as a treat?
The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Am I literally not allowed to leave in this particular timeline? That's interesting. Like, I don't seem to have the option. Wait, walls? Oh wow, you're right, there's walls there. Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go into the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there.
That's
makes sense if you
very
think about it.
malevolent of
If
you.
there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
So the narrator can alter reality himself, which means I definitely do not trust this man. Definitely gonna go slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging.
Okay, so he's omniscient, he's omnipresent, he can literally alter reality himself. Why don't you just kill her if you're so strong? If you can literally just make walls appear out of thin air.
A warning before you go any further.
Like, I feel like I'm stuck in the middle of, like, two eldritch entities battling it out with each other, and for some reason, I'm this one's instrument. For some reason.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
This, again, she's probably just gonna kill us too, but we already died once, in theory, so...
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Again, they literally... You can't leave.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing
Yeah, it
patchwork
is.
of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch
Okay,
here, a
this is
foot there,
definitely different.
such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Oh my... If you spin the mount... Oh... The actual, like, layers themselves move. That's very trippy.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Well, if I'm gonna take the blade this time and not kill her, I think she's just gonna use it to kill me back. Like, if you have a weapon and you don't intend to use it, you're basically just giving your opponent a weapon at that point. Like, if you can't carry the responsibility of taking a weapon and you don't intend to use it, why do you have it in the first place?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Well, we've already done it very wrong.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with.
I'm having a pretty good clue considering how patchwork the place has become.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to
If you would
explain
just
this
be honest
incredibly
with
simple
us.
and straightforward premise?
If you would just be honest with us, Mr. Narrator, this would be so much easier. Even if it would probably break our mind. Again, I think you were also with some weird eldritch thing.
You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Like, I kind of love and hate the Contrarian. Like, he is admittedly what I'm probably gonna go for, but it's mostly just because, again, we already got the good ending. And because I can't be satisfied with just the good ending, because that would have been, like, not even 40 minutes of stream, we're gonna keep going.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
He has a point.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Mm-hmm. I love eldritch things. I think they're very cute. Although this one will probably make sure to kill me multiple times over.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Wonder what happens if you stick your foot in the crack in reality. Do you just die instantly? I don't think we'll get the option to, sadly, but...
Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Actually... Yeah, is the mirror new? Was the mirror here last time? You never did say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be
Like,
fun?
that's definitely new, I think.
You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
You can't just tell me... The shiny thing, I need to look at the shiny thing!
There's definitely
I'm a simple
mirror.
slug.
There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Damn, he's onto me. Yeah, I was about to say, what's the point of lying about it?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
I don't even know if that mirror's reflective. It looks so out of place. I'm gonna go approach the mirror. It'll probably lead to a bad ending, but that's okay. Yippee!
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
It doesn't seem to be reflective. Okay, my hunch was right.
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
Huh?
I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Yeah, I look pretty ridiculous. I think I look incredibly ridiculous. Why am I a lizard man? This isn't that D&D campaign I'm usually playing on Thursdays. Why did the reality shifting make me a lizard man? Huh?
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
I think we already saw something pretty important there. What if I just go without the blade, though? I think I will. Bye-bye.
The door to the
Oh
basement
my-
creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
How are you supposed to choose which one?
Nothing here seems to belong. And the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get. Your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place.
I like where this is going.
None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone
I
down.
really like where this is going. I'm all about this kind of aesthetic. I might be a little silly. I might be a little kooky.
The air here has a sickening,
God, I love Eldritch stuff.
almost sludge-like miasma to it.
Don't like the sludge
A
part,
kind
though.
of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once.
Ugh.
An odor that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Considering how strong bad smells are, I feel like the bad would overpower the good. Like, think about, like, taste, like the jelly bean challenges. Like, even if you ate every jelly bean in a jelly bean challenge at once, the bad would easily override the good flavors in there. Kind of unfortunate.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I don't know if we'll ever find her at this rate.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
Why does she sound hotter now that she's much more obviously an eldritch entity? You can't just do this to me. Okay, that's... Damn. Am I that easy? Kind of impressive.
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
Yeah, no, now that it's gone this far, I think we're totally boned. Like, we are so out of our depth here.
We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we?
Boy, did
And
we.
he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
I also am curious how it's capital H his. Is this implied that the narrator is actually supposed to be, like, old school Christianity god, or is it also an eldritch being? It's so hard to tell. I like soft. I'm a sucker for soft. Let's take the soft stairs to the right.
You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down.
Concerning,
They're
yes,
guiding
but
your
also...
heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you. You don't feel like there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your
Honestly,
way.
I feel like this game has a very good personality test. It's a very good litmus test. Like, even if you are trying to explore all the options, whatever you choose first definitely tells something about a person, I feel like. So give me those soft stairs.
But the further you
Oh!
go, the
Never
deeper you
mind!
sink in.
Back! Back!
Like a lovely
Back!
plush carpet,
Ah!
your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking.
It makes
out
me
of sight.
think of intestines, and I don't like that. Ugh. Wait, is this technically her body, maybe? Oh god, is it something like that too? Is that what we're in for?
The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss, pretending to save you from the cruelties
If it's
of
just
choice
pillows and not
consequence.
weird meat sack stuff, that's acceptable. I do like being just very, very soft. Soft slug. Small slug, little ball of slug. That doesn't really work with slugs, it works more for cats, like soft kitty, pretty kitty, little ball of fur. I forget how it goes, but purr, purr, purr. Actually, wait, don't I have... You can't really see the cat ears under all this, though, but they're there.
It's slow going. But you
Okay,
manage to
now I'm
fight
getting a
against
little
the overwhelming
claustrophobic.
urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought.
Also, I'm not really given a choice of whether to proceed or not here. Wait, what?
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
Okay.
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
Yippee! Consciousness is an illusion. Hooray!
Physical sensations dull and then vanish.
Oh.
until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
I probably should have saved before taking that
Consumption and
staircase.
betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as... What
What
the
the
hell was that? What happened to us?
hell? I should have saved beforehand. I need to remember to do that from now on. There's so many branching paths, but I want to go through each one to the end is the problem. At least as well as you can.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
I mean, at the top of the stairs, we're also a lizard person, so I mean...
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
Should I... God, I don't know when I should save or not is the problem.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to...
Let's see, what are our options here? Getting down here was weird. Let's start with that. Because the other ones are just kind of a little too obvious. Like, they're not going to give me any good answers, so... Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here.
The
But at least
vocal
now you're not
range.
alone, and I'm not alone either.
The vocal range on this woman is a little terrifying. Like, she's gone from very arrogant, like, you can't kill me, to like, oh, I'm very scared. And then the one at the top of the stairs, which is incredibly hot, so... Good range, very impressive.
We're probably stuck in here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
I don't like that the walls are alive, I think.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Oh boy, 2 cakes, says someone walking to their death. Sheesh.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly
We
happened?
weren't here before. Not here.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that
Okay,
other
so he
reality.
understands.
But what's done is done.
You at least let slip that it is another reality. You have played your hand, my friend.
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Yeah, with what knife?
Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
That plan sounds pretty funny. I'm not gonna try and free her yet. Why are both of those highlighted at the same time? That's a little concerning. Wait a minute. Does it pick all 3 of the options at the same time? Now I'm curious. You know, I'm gonna go save here. Because this looks really important.
Wait, that's not right.
Yeah, it's not right.
Go on. Take a step forward. Your foot lands.
Uh-oh.
But it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride.
Yippee! Break everything, break everything.
You can feel yourself rupture.
That doesn't sound
The room
pleasant, though.
spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Yeah. Also, I still have the lizard arm. Like, look at that. It's still the clawed lizard arm thingy. Why am I a lizard man, though? Because that's not right. That's not normal. Actually, even in the original ending, I think my arm did look weird and, like, spotted like that. So what does that make us? What does that make the hero? God, this is so true. Whew. There's so many perspectives on this. It's... God. Kind of impressive. Like, honestly, well played on making an eldritch entity actually feel authentically eldritch. Okay, so...
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
You can say that again.
But this... We can't...
Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling this would be a problem. You can't be getting cold feet now, little guy.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Well, when you asked for a polycule, I don't think this is what they meant. I'm pretty sure this isn't what they meant.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
I agree on the last point, but this is actually pretty interesting, so maybe you need a new sense of humor.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world, the princess collapse in on themselves.
I don't like the bone crunching noise very much, but go off.
Falls apart? I think he's gone.
Wait, did we actually get rid of the narrator somehow? Uh-oh.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
No. We had a good inkling of what was going to happen coming down here, but not necessarily quite like this.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
Okay. Probably a jump scare. Let's find out.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is kind of uncomfortable. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to take some comfort in being uncomfortable with things. That's how you face fears and other weird things you don't like.
Did you do this? Did we do this?
I don't think there's any fixing this. There is no fixing this. We have gone too far.
We should help her. I think we did this.
Boy, did we.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Oh, I knew they had consequences. You should have known too. Can you not think more than one step ahead?
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Regret's not the word I would use necessarily, but...
Please.
Wee, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Blaming it on the princess at this point seems wrong. Because I'm not sure if we're more responsible or the narrator is more responsible. Because we could have just left, but the narrator didn't let us leave. But that's because the world maybe ended for realsies? So the narrator definitely used a power to keep us in there. But then it's because of our own actions that this came about. So we definitely are to blame for this. We chose this path. But also, we don't have the power to fix this, so... I don't know what to tell you. Oh. When everything is possible, nothing is. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear your silence. She's gone, replaced with the mirror! Yippee! Schlorp. Hey, Braun, how you doing? We're going through existential dread. Yippee! The irony is, we actually got the good ending on the first try. But because we got the good ending, and because I can't let a good stream go to waste, and I'm also... The curiosity that killed the cat much applies to this cat slug. We're going through everything else now. Like, we did kill her. We killed her the first time, and I'm not going to ask for any clarification, because I think with the original ending, when you kill her properly, the point being is because she may or may not be eldritch, that by killing her, you're not even killing her, you're just sealing her, and because you think she is dead, she stays dead. but because you're trapped in the cabin in that first run, you're acting as a seal, kind of like a protagonist of a certain other game that's sealing off the very concept of death. And that's probably why it's the quote-unquote good ending. But again, we can't get answers to those questions. I don't know if we ever will, so we're just going for it at this point. But yes, I'm very curious about this mirror, and that why we're a lizard person, supposedly. Because that's definitely a question that was not addressed by the narrator, the hero, or the contrarian. It was just like, yeah, no, that sure is a lizard arm.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I do find it very funny, though, the contrarian's like, I didn't know actions had consequences. Like, oh, I knew. I had a feeling something weird was going to happen. And now we're here. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go looking for her. The narrator's gone, which honestly, I'm surprised the narrator can actually disappear or leave. But I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you
But
should.
I like that. I love existential dread. You have done goofed. You have given me too much power here.
No. Don't do that.
While I can't influence how the power works, I can definitely influence how we go about interacting with it. So we're gonna go say hi. Actually, wait. I feel like exploring doesn't really move the narrative any, at least not yet. So let's explore a bit more.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
But I want to look at the awful thing.
Then what the hell are we supposed to do?
I'm a crazy person who loves looking at the awful things at points. As long as it's not something in mundane reality, like the realities of war and just suffering in general as far as humans go, yeah, no, that's very apparent. I don't need to look any closer at that. Like, that's already bad. I understand that. I understand why that's bad.
It is.
The understanding
Does
is quite
that
simple.
mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
Yo, Raiders, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. What were you up to? What were you doing? Welcome to my humble little laboratory where we're committing horrible experiments with probably eldritch monstrosities as a treat. Let me give you a proper shout out real quick. Wonder Witch. Hope you've had a very good stream. Hope it's been a very Gucci day. And if you need to, like, raid and run, tinkle-de-crinkle, stretch yourself out a bit, get some food, that's very understandable. Make sure to take care of yourself. Let me also give you a proper shout-out as a treat. Playing Dokapon Kingdom.
Yeah.
Oh,
Man,
Dokapon.
she is. God damn it, Amy, the court said
Oh,
you're not allowed
very
to
cute
feed
model.
me.
Very nice. Very purple.
To be fair, Sonic can clear 100 feet usually pretty easily.
Yeah, no, Sonic Adventure 1 was an experience. But yeah, how did Dokapon go? Like, I'm definitely a very
It's
big
like,
fan of
God damn it.
Dokapon, maybe to an unreasonable extent myself, so I'm curious how it went.
Bitch, I just survived a plane crash again. I'm not gonna take care of this stupid bird.
Violence? That sounds about right. Did you get
Wait,
far
why
enough to
was
try
that the
for-
whole cutscene? Hi,
right.
Sonic. Bird. What?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
Sonic
bye.
Adventure's nonsense.
Shut up,
Shut up, you stupid bitch!
bitch.
Hiya!
Very, very silly game. Honestly, Sonic Adventure 1 is kind of broken. I'm surprised. Like, I understand that 06 is way worse, but Sonic Adventure 1 definitely had its issues. But violence is understandable. Did he try to go for the acrobat route or something, or did you get that far? Because that's where the real violence comes into play, I feel. But all the same, for those of you who have come in with the raid, I am Mina Miyushi, Cyborg Seaslook, here for a shell of a time, and it is very much spooky hours. This is my first time playing Slay the Princess. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's very amusing, though. Sonic Jank is funny content. It really is. I need to actually play a Sonic game on stream at some point. I don't think I ever have, which itself is a tragedy. Like, I don't even think I played Infinite on stream. Actually, no, not Infinite. Frontiers is what I was thinking of. Yeah, no, Infinite's the bad one. Honestly, probably would make good stream content just because it's so bad, apparently. But all the same, we are currently trying to slay princesses as a treat. It's going, a little foobar. Sonic X Shadow Generation's out next week and you're hyped. I'm really hyped, but I might wait on that one just a little bit because I'm not sure what I want to play first. Because we have like September, October has been insane for games. Like we had Zelda, we've had Mario Party, we had Metaphor ReFantazio, we have Sonic, we have Mario, like Mario and Luigi finally with a new game, Brothership, coming out in November. Like, it's hard to find the time anymore for long games. The name of the game is Forces. Yeah, Infinite is the villain. Oh, right. You're right. You're absolutely correct on that. But yeah, no, playing Shadow the Hedgehog and having chat pick the morality for you. Oh, that sounds a lot of fun. That would be very, very, very good. But I hope you're having a good time, and again, make sure to take care of yourselves. I hope you're comfy. The game itself that we're playing, obviously, not comfy. Like, the content warnings up there, definitely applicable. But currently, we beat the game. We got the good ending right off the bat because I was like, let's just see what happens. Because while it is my first time playing, I do have theories. Like, the princess herself is obviously very eldritch in some way. I feel like the narrator is also either eldritch or Old Testament god. And that in the original ending I got, I feel like we were being used as a seal of sorts, because we were basically stuck in the cabin forever. You love Infinite, but his game is kind of just aggressively mediocre. Yeah, no, like, that's what I've heard. I've heard that it's like, it's not like a 10 out of 10, it's not a 1 out of 10, it's just like a mediocre 5 out of 10. And a 5 out of 10 is not what you want to be. Like, you want to at least be either really good or so bad it's good. If you're just stuck in the middle, that's not what you want to be for any kind of a game. You love Slay the Princess, you also simp for her a little bit. It depends. Like, I've seen 3 different, very, very different facets of the princess so far. In the original ending, she was very aggressive, very hostile, and I was like, okay, you definitely sound like someone with authority who doesn't think I can kill you, so I just got the jump on her because I knew I would not get a second chance. Because there's definitely something up with her. The second one we got here on this ending where I, like, ran away and tried to be contrarian, because it just forces back in anyways, and she sounded incredibly hot on the way down the stairs. I was like, okay, you might got me a little bit, but then when we finally got down there after the weird multidimensional fractal tearing or whatever one happened, she just sounded like very anxious. Like her, honestly, it's just one voice actress, I think, and her voice range is kind of incredible. Like, it's actually almost scary how good her range is. But currently, I'm very curious about this mirror and why I am apparently a lizard person. Because while the narrator, the hero, and the contrarian, none of them commented on the fact that I have a weird lizard hand. And I want to get to the bottom of that, so here we are currently. We have probably ended the world a second time, third time, I don't know at this point. But we're here, we got a mirror, we're about to go say hi to the mirror. Obviously, there's spoilers all over the place, but that should be pretty obvious at this point, considering it's just a very narrative-heavy game. So let's go see the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
But I want to do this. I love peering into the abyss. Do you not like peering into the abyss? The abyss may stare back, and sometimes the abyss is quite interesting. But yes, enjoy snacking, napping, or whatever you gotta do. I'm very glad that you're right, mate. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you around sometime in this world. But it's mirror time, baby. Let's go. The abyss is kind of hot. Yeah, honestly, I agree. I kind of agree. The abyss is kind of romantic in a sense. Explore the mirror. The mirror never scared you before. Yeah, honestly.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Trust me, I'm pretty sure this will not lead to a free trial of the expansion of Final Fantasy XIV, Stormblood, and Heavensward, award-winning. I'm sure we'll be fine. And honestly, like I suspected, I don't think the mirror even reflects anything. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Am I a lizard person? Yep, I'm still a lizard person. That's still weird and messed up. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. Yeah? It's you. I had a feeling. Are we always like this? Do we always look like this in every timeline? Because even in the timeline where we slayed the princess, while we didn't get to see the hand, we got to see the arm looked all kind of messed up. So I'm very curious about that. Anyways, I'm gonna go put this in my funny little screenshot folder, because that's nice. That's very silly. That is the wrong screenshot. For some reason, it, like, screenshots like a panel behind for some reason. But I'll keep that for the memories. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the... Huh? Oh! That's very different. You were at the cabin. Oh, right, the narrator's gone, so we have to narrate everything ourselves. That's okay. Approach her. Don't you just look adorable?
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
I appreciate the... God, what do we even say at this point? I appreciate what you're going for, but I don't want to become one with somebody quite like that. Please don't possess me. I don't even think you want to possess me. I'm a weird, stinky lizard person for some reason. Although I feel like that itself may be judging too much. Like, why are we a weird lizard person? Yeah, what are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Hope, yeah. Hey, Layla, how you doing? Hope I'm doing Gucci in the game. Gucci isn't the word I would use for this, honestly. But I hope you're doing well. Hope you end up getting a good sleep after Mario Party last night, despite the fact that we got dumpstered repeatedly. But yeah, I already got the first ending. I got the good ending, quote-unquote. Now we have the ending where we kind of made everything very messed up and fractalized everything, so... Things are a bit of a mess right now. But I'm here for it, because I'm silly like that. I love Eldritch things. I love the Abyss. Yeah, solitary lights, what do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
More in what way, though? That's awfully threatening. Actually, yeah, what do you think I am? Besides a weird lizard person.
I think that you are like me.
Go on.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Huh. I mean, I guess in a metaphorical sense, that could be correct.
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and wall. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold.
Yeah, you're definitely going through it for something that's supposed to be an eldritch entity, but yeah, there's a lot of lore going on right now. Oh boy.
I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and
Wait a
vibrant
minute.
heart.
Okay, no, is it the opposite of what I thought? Are they... You're implying that you're the vessel, and we're... Huh.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
We went really deep into this really fast. Holy crap. Yeah, is this the end of the world? Like, this is so... Like, this is what I was looking for. Hand-likers are going crazy. Yeah, don't... Do not let Yoshikage Kira see this. If Yoshikage Kira sees this, he's gonna go completely crazy. Like, you think sheer heart attack's a problem. You think him turning back time's a problem. He's gonna have a field day with this one. I like hands, but not like that. Holy crap, this is... Like, to be fair, though, as far as Eldritch Entities goes, this is probably the most beautifully ethereal one I've seen. Because usually when you think of like eldritch entities, it's always just the same old, oh hey, it's an unknowable mass with like tons of eyes and teeth, and that's so cliche and just so boring, honestly. Like this is nice. This is interesting. Just because it's a different take. It's actually kind of unique. I've never seen it quite like this. So for that alone, I can appreciate it. Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
I mean, we could exist outside of the domain of the world, so to speak. I feel like we're currently in a different plane of existence at this point. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Really? The implications of this are kind of wild.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Like, it almost feels like we're getting a little deep into the core of what's actually going on. Like, is the narrator just a facade the whole time? Yeah, I was about to say, there's so much here. Are you what sent me to save the princess, and are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness.
Okay, never
I
mind.
could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
So the princess and our current entity are maybe different, or she's lying. It's hard to tell. I know, I'm getting so much and yet so little, which is honestly how I like it. If you're going to be dealing with eldritch stuff, it should be at least kind of incomprehensible. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Okay. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Okay. But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself? Good question, actually. I wouldn't have even thought of that.
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
When it comes to Eldritch bullshit, she has a point. Like, it feels like it's a case of just, it always was, maybe. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Is the reason it has to be us in the first place and not somebody else is because this is a somewhat deterministic thing? Because of the nature of ourselves? Because again, we're definitely not human. We are something resembling a weird lizard person. It might go further than that. It's so hard to tell at this point. This shouldn't affect anything, so let's just say it. Let her out of there.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
Okay, we're not just in Eldritch territory, we're in concept territory? Kentoki Nasu, did you write this? Are you secretly ghostwriting this? Because I know somebody who's very popular, looking at you, Mr. Fate Man, who's very, 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 very into concepts. Like, literally putting concepts in stories as entities. Interesting. But the concept of what? Oh, god damn it. When they said this was a love story at the start, is this supposed to be literally the concept of love? Because that's kind of messed up, but also, honestly, not far off the mark, maybe. Because love itself is already... my mind. The smoke is coming out of my ears as we speak. Go on.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
That doesn't look like it doesn't hurt. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, If only you believe her to be able to.
I knew it! I knew it! The only reason she stayed dead in the original timeline where I killed her is because I literally was like, okay, she's dead, so she must be dead. If I thought anything else, she would have come back to life. I can almost guarantee it. Because if she's truly a creature of perception, she's a concept you have to observe. If you observe that she is dead, then she is dead. But if you observe that was too easy, I bet you anything she would have come back to life like that. That's so interesting.
Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Oh my god, there's so much here. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you? Which I technically did the first time, I think? Well, not kill, but maybe seal. Again, I don't think you can actually kill her properly.
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Okay, yeah, actually. Fair enough. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
I'm glad video games have not reached the point where they can mind wipe you, because that would be a little terrifying. How many more pieces of you do I have to find? Is there actually a number attached to this? There's no way.
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Okay. Oh my. Okay, everything just makes me keep reaching the conclusion that this is supposedly the concept of love given form. And what if I don't let you do... And what if I don't let you do this to me? Okay.
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Yeah, what are you going to do if I help you? Like, creation and destruction and rebirth myths are definitely a thing, which is also potentially part of this. And thus we confirm that you're dating that one jackal from Sonic. I hope not. That guy's weird. A little too edgy for my tastes.
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay, what happens if I just wait?
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Why am I getting sad about this? Maybe it's just because it feels like it's a matter of, like, actually understanding, like, actual patience is something that's so rare. I might be getting a little too invested in this. Wait forever or make me forget. It's gonna be really hard to get back here again without going through a lot of stuff if you even can go to the same path again, so I'm a little concerned on... Because waiting forever is kind of what we did in the first timeline that got us the good ending, technically. So what if we wait forever here instead?
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone.
So we're both fractaling? Arguably?
I am not you.
Okay, that's
but I know
good
that I
too.
would return before forever was finished.
Okay, so we're at least different entities. That's good. That's good to know. So you're kind of making it sound like one of us would possess the other at some point, which I guess... God damn it, that would also technically be a form of love. Wait, why am I angry face? That's the wrong face. All the same, this is... This is heavy. This is heavy, but it's a heavy in a good way. It's not like when we played that game last week where it was just really depressing the whole time and there was no light. Also, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the Slug Gang. Hope you enjoy your time here. It might not be quite as philosophical or existential at all times being here, but I'm glad you decided to join up. Whew. I'm sweating.
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
You mean like... Wait. Are you implying that the narrator didn't make the cage, but we somehow did make the cage? Also, is the narrator just an aspect of ourselves, too? Because the narrator was able to leave. Like, the narrator is no longer here. He's not actually omnipotent. Or else he would still be here, right? Huh.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Okay, the game is already changing my brain chemistry. I'm not sure if I like that. Because it takes all the self-reflection you do over time, and it's like actually getting really deep into the weeds. Did the game crash? Or was that meant to crash? Oh, you pulled an Undertale on me, didn't you? Yeah, the narrator never knew you were a lizard. That's weird, because even when we looked at the mirror the first time, he never commented on it. Oh, yeah, no, I think that closed the game out entirely. This is tits. This is the throwing system. It's okay, that happened. I just got Undertaled. I mean, I just say Undertale because it's the first thing I can think of. It literally force closes the game on you like this that I ever played. But yeah, that was the thing that happened. Let's go back in, although I should probably take a break first, but let me at least boot it up again. Because it has been about 2 hours almost. And we need to make sure everyone can take their own breaks, and also so that Jeff Bezos can get his stupid ad money. Oh, okay, we're right back here. Wow, okay, I wasn't expecting it to go quite like this. Okay, maybe we'll go a little bit more and then hit a break. Because I thought we would, like, start the cycle, and no, I didn't realize we'd go straight back here. Also, that's actually kind of really touching and makes me sad. Stop making me sad! Ow! Only option, okay. Make me forget. Yeah. Oh! Everything goes dark and you die. Okay, that was abrupt. Spiral vessel. Bring the stranger to her. The real Slay the Princess starts here. Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna go save here. We're gonna go take a quick Bezos break so that the pre-rolls will disappear and so that everyone can go take a tinkledy crinkle, get a snacky snack, stretchy stretch, or sleepy sheepy. And we will be back in a mere 3 to 5 minutes. Make sure to take care of yourself, gamers. I will see you soon. I am going to try not to mentally break down a little bit because this is hitting really deep, really hard, and really fast. Oh boy. Yippee! See you soon, gamers.
A mysterious-looking chicken statue. There are shiny beads glinting from the bottom of this container. I'm gonna reach my grubby little hands in.
I don't think those two things take the same amount of time, Brenny.
No, well, you can just
I'm
disguise
trying to
yourself
give
as
you
a-
an out, man.
Listen, if they did, you got real stomach trouble.
Okay, so if you shoot each other, that's stuff. Oh.
Oh.
The fucking
Oh my god! Oh.
Oh my god!
I didn't stand a chance!
Damn, these mini games are getting
Holy
crazy.
crap!
I didn't even realize we loaded in.
I do exactly
Oh
one
my
thing in my
God.
game of.
No VTuber has a driver's license. I do. I actually know a few people that have a driver's license. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We need someone that treats yellow lights like green lights. We need someone that treats red lights like green lights. Hang on, I'm going back. I'm going back. Wait, no, I changed.
He's trying to hit up. He's trying to raise her up. Yeah, I fucking called it, dude. Dude, this was literally me. This was literally me, dude. I had no chill, but I never had any luck.
However, I am not he, and I wished regardless to provide you a token of my affection.
I want a token of your affection. I mean, what? I said not a thing. Oh, I got a heart. Fuck yeah.
You little bitch. Oh my god. What a series of unfortunate incidents.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm dashing down. No time to talk.
Do we have a key yet?
Nope.
I wanna see the bomb Roomba. So gamers, there's a bomb Roomba in here that is
Come here, dog.
trying to hunt us. Well, the bomb Roomba's gone. I am also gone.
I just saw. How are you?
We have to let it load, like, if we let it load, so.
Hello. And they were roommates. Whoa. You can pick up the apples?
I can pick up the apples. Riley, hold still, hold still.
What?
Why is it
You're at a
always
party.
rump?
Why is it always rump?
Oh my gosh, we got the double raid right at break. Hello everybody coming from Surge and Gru's channels. Oh my gosh, he's back. I'm so back. Wow, do you see? Both Gu and Surge are in my background in some capacity. Wow! My gosh, do you see? Let me waddle over real quick. Before I say hi to everybody, do you see it? It's Usagi-kun. And also, oh, what did you see it? It's Surge! Bonk. Yippee! Okay, every sluggy, I am back. I am feeling a lot of things right now. That's for sure. This is a video game. This is way better than last week. Like last week when we played, I think it was Luca, that was just like religious trauma and just kind of icky. This is, in a very, very metaphysical sense of the word, messing with my brain chemistry on levels that have not happened since in Stars in Time, I think. Also, thank you for the stretch, Gono, and the head pats. Ugh. And hydrate. Thank you. Can't be here for long, but petting the slug for support. Thank you. Like, I am going through it a little bit. Like, this is definitely opening up a lot, if that makes sense. It's weird. It's interesting. We've got two endings technically, although that second one I don't even think counted as an actual ending. Like, we didn't get a good end or bad end screen. It just sent me right back here. Like, I got achievements for it, but it didn't count as an ending proper, if that makes sense. Like, we hit really, 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 really deep into the issue. Like, somehow the paths I chose, the first path I chose was the good ending, which I thought was just like, oh, hey, I am just a seal, keeping them here. That looks to be incredibly wrong. I'm incredibly off base. What I'm thinking now that we went on that other path and saw a lot of stuff we weren't supposed to see is that beyond the fact that we're definitely not human, is that the princess herself is supposed to be, like, the mere, like, no, you're here, right? The concept of love. Like, she's literally a goddamn, like, concept from, like, Nasuverse concept. Except in this case, she's love, I think. It's really hard to tell, and almost hard to explain. But that's the feeling I get here. Also, we can fast through it. Okay, you can skip previously read dialogue by hitting tab or R on your controller. Okay. Skipping. Can I not skip this? Oh, wait, I think it's only when you're actually reading it. Wait, was that option here before? Okay, because we did all of these. Exploring it, we've already explored pretty much all of this, I think. So yeah, sweet. I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution! Because we can't escape the cabin. We've established that much. Can I was about to say, we've already done this. Into the cabin we go. Except we're definitely not killing her because we already did that. Let's take the blade just for the heck of it, but we're not killing her. Does her voice change any, or is it the same arrogant voice that it originally was? Hi! Okay, yeah, now she's putting on the hot voice again. How dare you? Okay, we've gone through this. Okay, and now she's doing that voice again, which is just like, yeah, this is not the voice you use when someone is about to try to kill you. This is the voice that gets someone to want to stab you. Don't do that. Like, admittedly, you have plenty of power and authority, but... let's be a little snarky as a treat. What? No way. Why would you even think that? You don't... oh, you don't think the game's audible? Let me double check. Oh. Oh, you're absolutely correct, Braun. Why did that change? Oh, because it crashed. Because it crashed the game. I think because it crashed the game, it changed the audio channel, so I have to reset it back to the audio again. That's kind of concerning, but something to keep in mind. Thank you, Braun. Thanks for the heads up.
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
What knife? Hee hee hoo hoo.
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. What if we... it feels kind of bad to kill her at this point, though, at least knowing more of her actual nature. I am curious. Actually, let's try the first ending, but do it differently, maybe.
You ignore the trembling in your hands.
Although at this point, just because we hesitate at all, we might be too late.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
Scared isn't the word I would use. Fascinated. Fascinated, on the other hand.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that
okay, no,
knife
things
is
are
the
going
only
roughly
weapon
the
you
same way,
have,
so maybe not. Maybe
you'll
we're
have
still
to get
good.
close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out
I'm
what I
getting a
can
much
do.
clearer idea of what you can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Okay, we're gonna try it this way, except this time we're going to think that it was too easy, and if push comes to shove, we're not staying in the house this time.
Doubt,
Oh, never mind. That
clouds
one
her
hesitation,
thoughts
like I
and attempts
thought.
to run her through.
That singular hesitation. And we still... Did we always have the lizard hand during this, or is this only because we did the other ending already? Interesting. But yeah, because of the doubts, we done goofed.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic
I had a feeling.
blow to
I
your
had a
jaw.
feeling.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat.
I don't know, from the looks of it, she's standing up and I'm on the floor. That's not equal footing.
Your blade slashes through the air.
It's like getting
again and
6P'd.
again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Can we? You kinda goofed. And we still have the lizard hand. Finish the job, if we even can.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here.
I think if we die, she's not staying down, though.
Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still
Yeah.
standing.
We definitely screwed the pooch there. It.
Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around?
I
in
love
there?
ruptured
If
organs.
the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
I don't know if this counts as romantic. You're not supposed to actually kill each other. Like, even if you just play fighting, that's a little too far.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her
Although-
lungs start to fill with blood.
Is the princess aware of her own nature, though, is what I want to know. Because she seems pretty just like, yeah, okay, this sure happened. Toxic Yuri. Yeah.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
And we're probably back to start. Never... Okay, we're on chapter 2 still. Okay. So not a
You're
full
on a
reset.
path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
Oh, wait, okay. We're back... Okay, so chapter 2... But there's no walls this time. There's no walls this time. So it's chapter 2, but it's not the chapter 2 we had where everything was especially messed up. Okay, no. Wait, he's not talking this time. That's weird. Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess trying to stop you from saving
If he
us
doesn't
all.
remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't
Oh,
matter
this is
if he can
new.
hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning.
So we had the contrarian, now we have the stubborn.
That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill.
Threat is a bit of an interesting word because, again, she's definitely... I mean, both of us are definitely outside of the normal scope of things. Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If if you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
I mean, only this time. The other time, it wasn't because I didn't listen to you, it's because we didn't really die, we just forgot. Death didn't really... Wait. I don't think we technically even died on that one we were off in, like, the weird fractal space. Huh.
We did our best with the information we were given. And we did kill her.
Not that death really seems to really matter at this point. Unless dying too many times has consequences of its own, maybe?
And yet you still died, didn't you? So congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
On that particular run, they sure didn't. The only run that actually had consequences, it feels like, is the one where we were in the void. Because all of this is just the same old stuff. It doesn't actually
What do you mean?
affect
Of course
anything.
there weren't any consequences. We killed the princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Unless the world has changed again in a different way this time.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back.
Ah, right.
Did
different
time
realities.
simply rewind itself? Or were you instead transported to a different
Right,
world?
like I was...
entirely?
Right. It's not time travel necessarily, it's literally parallel worlds. Again, it's the Dragon Ball Super concept where it's like, okay, here's your time rings for each parallel reality you make.
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
I don't think there is an everyone. I think we're in an enclosed space. We're practically in a reality marble, I think. Are there even other people here? Is the concept of the world even a thing?
Ugh. Enough with the talking. We've got a fight to win. Nothing else matters.
I don't like the stubborn guy, but I feel like for this path we should at least explore it as a curiosity.
I couldn't agree more. The cabin and your destined confrontation with the princess awaits.
Which is ironic, because I can be stubborn, but I don't necessarily like it, if that makes sense. Let's see. Let's talk about the princess.
Just be quick about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen again.
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Because the timeline where we killed her, we didn't say anything and we just killed her. There was no hesitation, there was no anything. We just went in there and did it. Because again, at the time I thought it was just a simple matter of, oh hey, if you talk to her at all, it like alters your cognition of reality to an extent. Yes, all she did last time around was beat me to death. How does someone like that end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. Oh, this is maddening. Why do you keep asking questions?
Shh, because have we met? Have we met? All I do is ask questions. And this admittedly does get people rubbed the wrong way, but that's just me at my core. I'm sorry. That's how it is.
There's nothing wrong with getting the full picture of what's going on here. Sure there is. It's wasting time and energy that would be better spent fighting.
Who actually, that is a good question. Who locked her in the basement? Like again, I feel like again, if she's a conceptual entity, that the space we are in is definitely like a person did not lock her in there. She might have even locked herself in there, or again, it could just again be a expression of a concept.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Too late. Way too late for that. We are very complicated right meow. And yeah, why couldn't they slay her if there were even people to begin with and you're not just bullshitting me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Special is not the word I would use here for being also a lizard man and or entity and or concept, but...
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Of course you would.
Of course.
I don't
you're
like you,
special.
Mr. Stubborn.
Why else would you be here?
And yeah, you're being very cagey.
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. What else would we even need to know? We've got all the reason we need for a rematch.
God, it feels like I'm listening to the voice of myself when I was like a teenager. I kind of hate it.
Exactly. The less you know about her, the better.
Well, that's all I got. That's all, folks.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Actually, what happens if I turn around and leave on the second chapter? Do we get a different chapter 3? Or do we get the same fractal ending? Quick save.
We can't just leave. We're supposed to fight her. Where are you going?
Because this is technically different from the first time we tried to leave, in a sense.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave?
Or is it going to be the exact same thing?
Fine. I suppose.
Because if it's the exact same thing, I might just quick load back to where we were.
From the cabin.
Because there's definitely got to be a set sequence here.
It looks like this. You're really keen on wasting.
Because I'm pretty sure this is just the contrarian path again.
You turn around and trek back down the.
Wait, something isn't right.
Wait, hold up.
Can you still hear me? You're supposed
okay,
to
this is
wind up
new.
back at the cabin again. But everything is getting
Ayo.
What's going on? Where are we?
Okay, different path entirely. I like that.
I told you we shouldn't have come here. I told you. But did you listen?
I don't like you, Mr. Stubborn. I don't like the implications, either. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothing. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Memory returns. A distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. You already know what dwells in the empty spaces. Hi, honey. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Confusion. Why are you here? I'm unfinished. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. It is useless to us if it doesn't bring me more gifts? Okay, that's different. A little more threatening. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. A wagging finger. There's only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am our only salvation. Return to your destined path or face the consequences.
You're on a path.
Okay, let's go quick load then. Back to Stubborn.
At the end of that path is
Ow!
a cabin.
Who bonking
and in
me?
the basement of that cabin.
Is that a Vawiwa, or a Gono, or a Vivi? It's hard to tell. One of you's being sneaky. A little sneaky. Very sneaky. Or it's not showing me the redeems in that case. That's weird. I'm not going to worry about it too much. But yeah, let's go to the cabin, but we'll be stubborn this time, I suppose. Because we can't just turn around and leave
Warning.
yet.
Before you go any further, she will lie.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Like, Stubborn is definitely my least favorite by a mile of all of the voices so far.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
I trust her more than I trust you, which is saying a lot.
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
Proceed to cabin. So let's say we just go in and try to stab her as Stubborn. Will that still change how things go?
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black
The mirror's
iron
still there
altar
too.
with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Not that I think the mirror will change anything, but...
See?
Even the cabin has the right idea. Let's get moving.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay. Yeah, the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blades. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
You already wasted so much time in the woods.
Okay.
Who even cares if there's a mirror?
He acknowledges there's a mirror, at least. The stubborn one does. And I do care about if I'm being lied to or not, because you've been lying through your teeth this whole time.
As do I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something
And this cabin is different than last time.
very different? Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
You were so full of it.
So focus up. The world is depending on you.
Let's approach the mirror first and then take the blade.
You walk up to the wall next to the bed. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean again.
You reach forward and
Still have the
rub
lizard
your
hand.
against the cabin wall. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Okay, we'll take the blade this time.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess.
I don't
and
think it's
save
gonna
the
go
world
the way
without
you
a
want it
weapon.
to go, but... Oh, I don't like that.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Okay, new vocal range, let's go.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
That almost works on me.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Like, I like to fight for fun, but this obviously isn't for fun.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
Okay, now you're just making it creepy. Stop it.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight. As you descend,
Oh, she is taller and demonic this time.
A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
Would.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Yeah?
Oh, it's you again. I've been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too.
Don't use
Yes.
that voice. That's not fair.
I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
I'm conflicted on this. Like, part of me is like, I'd like to see you try. The other part of me is like, yes, please. Yeah, exactly. This is an important point. I hope you heard all of that, Mr. Narrator. This is a lot different than last time, but last time definitely happened. Very key point.
Okay, fine. Let's say for a moment I believe you. For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time. Are you okay?
He's having his own breakdown. Oh boy.
Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
So he's omniscient, maybe, but he's definitely not omnipresent, and there's only one narrator per world? Interesting. Turn around and leave. Don't know what happened since last time, not fighting a giant demon lady. I don't know, it sounds kind of hot. Attack, explorer, we haven't decided what I'm doing yet. I'm actually here to free you. And you do look different.
You look exactly the same.
Well, not all of us can just casually shape change at will, despite the fact that I'm a lizard man. You think shapeshifting would come with the territory. Like, it's really ironic that I am a lizard man at all, considering, again, the D&D character I mentioned earlier is literally a shapeshifting lizard man, who is also, his whole deal is he's trying to find a way into the outside, which is effectively the same as, like, an eldritch plane, outside of the mortal planes. So it's really hitting the nose on the head that I just happen to have a D&D character that runs very parallel to this kind of a story. So you do remember me.
Oh, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life. So, why don't we do it again?
See? She wants to fight us again. There's no reason for us to stand around.
But I like talking. I like talking more than fighting, at least. And fighting I only like if nobody's getting seriously hurt. Like, if it's just like sparring or like a boxing match, that's cool. If we're fighting to the death, no thanks. Not saying I'm not here to fight, but I think the two of us have a few things to unpack first, like how we're both still alive.
What is there to unpack? I was dead and now I'm not, and the same goes for you. There. Unpacking done.
Fair enough.
Don't you get it? We've been given free rein to wail on each other. Forever.
That is not as romantic as you think that sounds.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You both crazy. I haven't decided what I'm doing yet.
And why not? You decided what to do with me quickly enough last time. Are you scared I'm going to kill you again? Maybe you're worried I'll put you down for good this time.
Cute.
If you want to talk, I guess I can talk. But you should come a little closer first.
This is a difficult situation to navigate. Okay, what if I just say I'm here to free you?
Free her? You aren't. I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
I mean, yes and no. I'm not sure if the worlds are even actual worlds or just concepts. Like, again, I'm starting to think there isn't an actual outside world. I'm thinking, again, all of this is just separate little reality marbles. You forget exactly what's going on with the narrator. He's not honest, at the very least, and knows more than he lets on, but you think he only sees the can of his world? Yeah, me too. Like, it's definitely there's a narrator in each parallel world. But the scope of the world itself, I think, only encapsulates the woods and the cabin. I don't think there is an outside world, is what I'm thinking.
Who says I want to be free?
Actually, yeah, you don't want to be free. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm fine right where I am.
That explains why you didn't just break free yourself, honestly.
Okay, hold on. Did you hear that? Maybe we don't have to do
She's still going to
anything.
destroy the
She's fine
world,
where she
quote-unquote,
is.
world.
Maybe...
But you're going to have to fight me to the death.
That's the part I don't like. If we were just fighting for fun, it would be okay.
Never mind.
This ain't fun.
There is no happy ending where everyone makes it out of this place alive. You either deal with her here, right now, or she'll eventually find her way out. Whether she even wants to leave is hardly relevant. This cabin won't last forever. Hear that? Between him and her, that should be all the motivation you need. Now stop standing there and fight her.
I really don't want to listen to you, but I'm also curious if I do listen to you,
No.
how this will
standing
go.
there and slay her. You're being a bit semantic, aren't you? I am, but it's an important distinction. If you're going to see this through, you need to hold the right intent. This isn't
He
a
has a
sparring
point.
match. It is a lethal confrontation that will decide the future of everyone.
She's not going to let it be a sparring match. She very much wants to kill me, you, character. God, this is confusing at points.
Fine. As long as it leads to a fight, do whatever he just said.
What happens if I just turn around and try to leave at this point? I doubt she would let me. I'm pretty sure she'll just break the chain and just strangle me at this point.
Oh, you've got another thing coming if you think you can just turn around and leave.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
You hear the heavy creak of straining metal. And then a snap.
Damn, that's hot.
She's loose.
I mean...
You have to make a decision and you have to make it fast.
To be fair, even if we fought her normally, I'm pretty sure she would break free anyways. Even as a normal princess, I think the chains would not hold her. Yeah, okay, team, what are we thinking? Do we even have time? We don't have time to think.
Get the hell out of. Little voice doesn't have the chance to finish that thought before the princess barrels into you and smashes your body into the rough stone wall. Can I finish my thought now? Sure. Why not? Here. So glad we could stick around to hear the end of that. And all the time you had left. Why, for the love of everything, did you stop to think? What did you expect you'd come up with?
I kind of had a feeling that would happen, so I want to see it through.
It doesn't matter, because everything goes dark and you die. Great job.
Yippee!
No. Come on. We can't be dead. We didn't even get a chance to fight her.
Dead is dead, but maybe you'll have better luck.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Go back. Chapter 3, The Fury. Okay, before we do this, actually, no, let's stick with our decision.
All right, change of plans. No more hesitation.
I don't like where this is going, but we're here now.
The fight straight to her.
I think the whole place is her at this point, maybe, and I'm not a fan of it.
If we had a chance,
Voice of the
against her,
Broken?
we already missed it, didn't we? She got stronger, and we stayed the same.
There.
We've seen her bleed. Whatever she is, she started out mortal, which means
she definitely did not start out mortal. Are you high?
We just didn't take things seriously enough last time.
If that's what you want, then fine. Enjoy being beaten to death again and again and again. You're stuck here with us too. For all you know, we'll never get to leave this place until we get it right.
I think it's a little too late to get it quote-unquote right.
This is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here.
It wasn't like this, that's for sure.
Yeah, you think? Actually, I don't think we have been here.
Not here.
This is all different, isn't it?
So I might want to turn down the audio a little bit, because that's getting awfully loud. Preferences. Like, at least the music volume a bit. Okay, that should be better. Sheesh.
That's a good point. Everything here is a little off.
No, you're still a little too loud. Okay, come on. Okay, that should be acceptable at least. Sheesh.
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that.
Trying to finish our thoughts is what got us here, let's be honest.
Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods if reality seems distorted. It's because reality is distorted.
He's finally being honest, holy crap! It took you long enough.
So you knew this could happen? You knew we'd be able to restart like this? Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
It feels like I'm being pulled in 100 different directions. You better all listen to me when the time comes to make a choice.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really gotten a say in things. Let's keep it that way. I don't trust this one.
You're not any better.
I don't think you have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever going to change.
If I don't slay her, if I just stay here, do anything else, and we hit this point of no return, then what happens?
Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens.
But we know that can't objectively be true. We know that there's a reality outside of even this reality, because we've been there.
Yeah, but is there something after the end? How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there, if there even is a there.
This hits very different. This hits very different already going to the other side first.
Now that's exactly the sort of mindset I like to see. Don't let yourself be consumed with self-doubt. Don't flirt with oblivion. Just focus on the present and everything will be absolutely fine.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. All I know how to do is flirt. No matter what happens next, it seems like our answers are at the cabin. We might as well see this through. Because leaving will just take us back to the void again. Oh, it's so squishy!
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her.
I don't think it's gonna be that easy.
That's it. No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give
I don't even think we can kill her at this point.
That's fine by me. Let's get moving. I'm itching for a rematch.
You never even had a rematch. You got iced instantly. Can we still look at the mirror? Oh god, it's just a mirror.
That feels long forgotten.
It's just the mirror.
Once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth.
It's like
that is
cancer.
overtaken it.
Wait, is it
A
actually?
viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat.
Might it actually be an analog for cancer too? So it definitely just feels like cancerous growths, but like very literal.
That's horrible. It doesn't matter. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal. A pristine
Also, why is the blade?
perched on its edge.
Why is the blade here every time?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I don't think we can. And yes, it is that mirror again, and it's very much blocking the door.
A mirror? There is no mirror. There's... I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror.
I feel
Or
like
you're
we
seeing
skipped a
things that
dialogue
seems
there.
far away.
Let me check real quick. Okay, a mirror, there's no mirror. Before done this, the repetition's maddening. Okay. We didn't miss that much, actually.
What are you trying to say exactly?
He thinks we've lost it. That we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe the hallucination, I'm sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again.
I don't think it's gonna go quite that simply this time.
You take the blade from the pedestal. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel.
Do I just give in to the fighting this time? The blade is part of the simple fight narrative, obviously. Yeah. Or
Step
perhaps a
forward
little
and
more
approach
than
the
that.
door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange. It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Let's just smash it and get it over with. I'm ready to get violent.
We won't be able to see what's in there if we smash it. Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
Wipe it clean.
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides
Oh, that was
open,
convenient.
scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. The high vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight.
Not
while
a fan of the
walls
flesh
wrecked with
walls, but I
tumorous
kind of
growths
figured.
press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence. The metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a
Or the
favor.
princess is here at this point, honestly, it feels like.
Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
So you've returned after denying me the salvation of combat? Are you here to gloat? Are you here to mock what I've become? Do you think that if you let me kill you enough times, I'll suddenly soften and repent for sins that live solely in your head?
No, that was never the thought. but
Well,
okay.
we've tried
Go
that,
off.
haven't we? Now come down and see what your refusal has done to me. See how much you can bear to witness the consequences of your actions.
But I don't want to see what we made. Can't we just give up? Blade, no Blade, it's all the same. We can't beat her. Not anymore.
You give up too easily.
We can. You're just a quitter. I want to see.
Okay, let's see what horrible abomination we got on our hands here.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its
I don't know
floor.
how I feel about this one.
This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone.
Like, it's definitely messed up, but also in a way that's not as grotesque as I thought it would be. Although having a giant exposed heart like a tyrant's an awfully big weakness for you.
The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping.
It's actually kind of really sad in a sense, though.
Of her own skin. Her heart beats from
Like, that
its
sounds like
place
a
in her
miserable
open
existence
chest.
to have.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
I don't know. Good question. Is it going to be hot or is it going to be really ugly? Oh!
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the
Oh.
skin tears. Drops to the ground, and she feels her red, glistening arm free from
You're
her
strong enough
bondage.
to have just broken the damn thing. Why did you do it like that? Ah!
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Yeah, she is.
What can we even do against someone like
It's a very good design.
She
It's
has
less
such
grotesque than I
power,
figured.
Such beauty.
I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely big on Monster Woman, but this is a bit... Like, it doesn't feel beautiful, it just feels sad, if that makes sense. Like the last one was really hot. This one's just kind of almost depressing.
Stop that. We can win.
Like,
We just
way
have
too
to
far
lose
gone.
our fear.
Which I guess is the point, but... You're just down with both. Just don't even say anything. Do our best.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow.
It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze.
I don't like agreeing with you, but this is the only way we don't immediately just die.
With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case. Winning this didn't seem possible from the start, but at least we tried.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this
Oh
last forever.
no!
Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Oh! Hi there! That's what they meant when they meant find other selves, huh? I see. True to her word, you do not die by your hand, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go?
She's back to the
Should we
collective.
try and find her?
I see.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. This is what we all deserve, isn't it?
So us as the person playing the game as the Eldritch entity, isn't it? The hero is something else entirely, I'm betting. Or, I guess we'll find out.
Screw that. This can't be the end. It just can't.
Bye! You can't come through here with me. See ya. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Bloat. You've grown. Oh, I'm getting uglier as time goes on. I don't like that. find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Yeah, but this isn't what you want to stay as.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Interesting we got this one first. Because if we get other ones, won't they just also be amalgamations to some extent? Or does it have an individual one for each direction, maybe? Yeah, are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer? To be fair, you're awesome. How do you expect to get a straight answer out of this?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
Okay, if this is not a mood, this is such 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 a mood! It's frustrating how much of a mood this is, actually. Because communication's a pain in the ass sometimes. And despite doing your best efforts, it's really hard to get through to people, it feels like, at times. Like, you can have the best intentions, but people won't actually try to sit down and listen, or you try to and they won't accept it. It's... being a person is weird, okay?
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Okay. How does it feel to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
That's so, like, despite how this last run went, that's so pure. All I want to know is myself and to know you. If life was that simple, I feel like the world would be a better place. I don't know if this is what I'd say, but I'm gonna go look. Actually, no, let's do that next. When I go back, it's invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet
Okay, so
untried.
at least you don't accidentally end up looping the same loops again. That's good. That's good to know. That's very good to know. That's very good data. Oh, that's tough. Okay, you have been kinder to me than anyone else I've ever met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Fair point. Fair point. We're weird, eldritch, end of the world, beyond the world state, yes. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. but there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
I hope it's that simple, because that was a really messed up path. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
When you write, you write.
Do not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
The irony is I wasn't even trying to go for just fighting for the first one. I was just trying to see if I could get to the other side with the... Like, the intent and what happened are two completely different things, and yet here we are. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me.
I mean, that does make sense. You can have multiple emotions and they can be conflicting, but your emotions don't make you, necessarily. Especially if you actually have decent control over them.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Yeah, this is really, really getting deep, huh? Woo, woo, woo. Because that is right, like... Why would you even try to attack or destroy your body at this point, and would that even do anything? Like, I'm not even sure I want to explore that at this point. Didn't we already explore this?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. I will transcend in due time, and there is no way forward but to contribute to my awakening.
You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? Which is a little out of character, it feels at this point, but I'm going to ask it anyways.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Okay, I'm kind of curious. What if I just... I had a feeling.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
Fair enough. Okay, on the other hand, while this isn't something I would want to do, I am curious. Nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Honestly, I like that. It's nice when we don't have to worry about killing each other, God forbid.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Yippee! Okay, bring the fury to her, an unwound vessel.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here.
Yes, we've been here. We've been here a while. Okay, exploring doesn't really do much at this point. Let's just go to the cabin.
You make your way up. A warning. She will...
Yes,
we're not going
yes,
to
I'm
ignore it.
aware. Proceed to cabin.
The interior of the blade.
Let's just not take the blade at all this time.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice.
Hello? Is someone there?
Okay, this is also different, even though it's just the first path again. Interesting. A lot more timid than usual. Probably because I didn't bring the blade this time, maybe. Actually, no, because the only other time I didn't bring the blade was the fractal one, so I don't think that one really counted, necessarily, because obviously it was very, very, very different.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I mean, manipulation or not, it's kind of weird, like, the narrator knows a lot, and he also knows nothing. Because he doesn't know what happens after the end. He doesn't know exactly how the parallel worlds work either, it feels like. I'm here to save you, yippee!
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
I mean, besides just following your advice and killing her initially doesn't do anything.
Wait,
it's
really?
gonna happen the
You're
same.
here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
Uh-huh. You don't care if you're here or not. We will always come to this point.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
How different do you look this time?
You
Nope, you look
walk
the
down
same.
the
Okay.
stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
That is a good question. I feel like he should have some idea of to our true natures. Because they're both entities in some way beyond just the normal scope. As to why I'm a weird lizard man and why she's a weird multi-handed fractal being, we'll figure that out over time, I imagine.
She's beautiful. How could I am begging you to stay.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step
Does
closer
she see
to the
her
end.
weirdness? Good question. Like, she's aware, at least she was aware in the other timeline, that she did change and that she did get stronger. She's aware of herself changing over multiple timelines. As to what she sees of us, that's a good question. Because he definitely doesn't see us. He doesn't see our weirdness, apparently. Good question. Because not only... He doesn't see yours, but does she see ours, is what I'm curious about. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
She looks so cute here when she's not literally trying to put my head through a wall. Actually, yeah, we never even got a name. What is your name?
Oh.
You probably don't have a name, do you? Or it's probably something that can't be said in simple language.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
That's not the question.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Mario! Luigi Mario! That's what it sounds like when you put it like that. Yeah, so is Princess your name? Deep thoughts.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name,
Yes.
though. Everyone has a name.
Generally, yes. Queen Princess Toadstool Peach, yeah.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs.
I can trust
get the
her more
blade
than I
and
can
slay
trust you
her
at this
before
point
it's too
still. That
late.
has not changed. Yeah, I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Generally. I mean, we definitely know more than's going... It's so weird because we still have the meta-knowledge. Like, if it could somehow make you actually forget,
You have all the explanation.
It would make
you
more
need.
sense, but
You
obviously,
should know better than to trust whatever she comes.
unless you like bash yourself in the head with a hammer every time you reset, it's kind of hard to do that on a personal level. As far as you can tell, Peach doesn't have parents, so she cannot be a princess. I think the princess is just an honorary title that the Toads gave her, is the idea. Because again, she was never even from the Mushroom Kingdom. Like, even in the base game before the Mario movie came out, she was just, like, a person who got isekai'd there effectively through a warp pipe. Found the first person you've seen in a while. What have you been eating or drinking? Good questions.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
It has a lot to do with a lot of things.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
Where's that ever stated? God. Now I'm actually curious if there's something besides just like, because I know there's stuff outside the games, obviously. Like both Mario movies, both the original Mario movie, the live-action one, and the new one, it states that she wasn't originally from the Mushroom Kingdom, but in the games themselves, you might have a point. Was it ever stated? Because we know Mario and Luigi are definitely not from the Mushroom Kingdom because Yoshi's Island is a thing. Like, they are canonically in-game not from the Mario world or the Mushroom Kingdom. They're from somewhere else, which is presumably Brooklyn, or at least that's how it usually goes. But as for Peach herself, I don't know. That would be a very deep dive, and we don't have that kind of time, sadly. Like, I'd have to Google a lot. But I swear it was stated somewhere else. Possibly even just an interview, but again, you know, finding those is like finding a needle in a haystack, so it's a moot point at this point. Like, whether it is or is not actually stated properly, all the same, doesn't really matter in the end. Like the narrator said, it's hardly relevant.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. But I don't think you're actually dangerous. But I wanted to see for yourself.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
Actually, if the princess herself was like the concept or embodiment of love, that would explain why she's such a blank slate at the start. Until you actually do an action, she's completely reactionary, isn't she? She's completely reactionary, isn't she? I see. That would make sense. Which, again, considering recent conversations I've had in the last week or so. Huh. Anyways, existential crisis aside.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
I mean, the time here feels meaningless. I don't think time exists in a traditional sense. Each her respective you formed out of the whole. Yeah, exactly. So, like I mentioned, because of that, it's not just perspective alone. I think it's literally each timeline, each route we go through, she is 100% reactive. She only changes based on your decisions. So she's effectively acting like a mirror, in a sense, if that makes sense.
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Because we know the world does technically end, kind of-ish, or at least we reset if we just leave. Like, that much has been established wholly, but again, it's a perspective thing. Mario Bros. Were supposed to be Italian, not the Italian-American accent, only on the iconic lines garbage we got for the recent movie. Wait, you mean for, like, the DreamWorks one? Because that's not much different from the 1990... Was it 1990? I think it was 1990. The 1990 live-action was also Brooklyn. And also It was also Italian-American then as well. So I don't know if it was ever stated if they were supposed to be Italian or not, from Italy proper.
I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
She has a point. Although, again, admittedly, this whole thing is already a farce to some extent.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to?
Because you have funny little things that go beyond simple understanding and meaning, and again, the concept of the world itself is very vague.
We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
I don't even know if it's groups. I literally think it's some kind of like predetermined, predestiny, eldritch nonsense thing. Don't remember part of the old movie. Yeah, no, in the old movie they were actually like in Brooklyn proper for a long time and they got sucked into the portal, remember? Like they were construction workers, I think. Actually, no, they were still plumbers, but they like also worked at a construction site because they had like their boss guy. Because I remember, because the boss guy gets like turned into a dinosaur when they go back to the real world near the end of the movie. Oh my god, honestly, the DreamWorks one does actually mirror. It really does mirror a lot the original movie thinking on it. Huh. Like, it's obviously, in a lot of ways, better executed, because let's be honest here, the Goombas and the Yoshi in the old one were very weird. You're like 1600. That's understandable, yeah, I get that. I was also very young when I saw it the first time. And even looking at it now in like a modern time, the movie's still very, very weird. Like, it's definitely worth rewatching just to try to see what you missed or what you don't remember. It's sure a movie of all time.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person. And a subjugating monarch, no less.
Okay, but how do we know she's a subjugating monarch? She doesn't even remember anything because she's not actually even... God, this is so weird and metaphysical. I don't really care about the risk because the risk doesn't really matter. Like, the concept of stakes I'm not sure even exists anymore. It's so weird. I'm gonna keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. That just seems mean. I'm sorry, but I can't trust you. This doesn't add up and it isn't worth the risk. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. Can't believe they're keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Yeah, let's go with that one. I know she's a princess,
Only making this
but
more
that
difficult.
doesn't... She's... It's...
Thank you. Thank you.
Considering the last one was just violence and rage, let's try to go anywhere but that this time.
You're making a huge mistake.
I know what I'm doing. Something like, relatively. There will be consequences. The consequences only just matter for the whole in the end.
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
You'll probably kill me, but that's okay. I'll get better.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains.
Princesses aren't
somewhere in
subjugating
the
monarchs. Exactly. Princesses don't even really have a... Okay, that's completely wrong. Princesses can have a lot of power, but they don't have, like, nearly the same level of power. Not to mention that power usually goes to the firstborn son or something in a monarchy, let's be honest here. There are nobodies who are expected to one day become subjugating monarchs, but they don't have to be. Or they're supposed to get married off to some other family to go establish relations with another, like, royal family or some kind of nobility. Like, being a princess is not a good thing, usually, or at least it wasn't historically. You're usually just there as a bargaining chip, and that sucks. Let's be honest here. They might have just left the key to her chain somewhere in the cabin. And if there isn't any key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Yeah, if you get huge again, but that's a bad idea.
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
You're so pure right now. Please don't hurt yourself, baby girl.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
I mean, in the other timeline, in the very first timeline, oh, it is foreshadowing of the violent one, isn't it? Because she literally, like, tore off her arm skin that time. You're right, you're right.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock.
Okay, so there is definitely a third party or other force, or it's also a result of the princess herself. It's so hard to tell at this point.
Is someone else here?
Because this is the first time we've had any mention of there possibly being another person. Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Because it's either her will that is locking the door, or some deterministic nonsense that's locking the door.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't.
Or it's
leave
the
until
narrator,
the task
maybe.
is done.
Because the narrator does seem like a third party entirely. That's not the same as the voices.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
They sure did.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
It's okay, we can just hug it out or something. I don't know. Unless we can find a way to break through walls.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
Yeah, because we're not normal people, are we? I mean, that's pretty evident.
She
Oh god! I wasn't thinking you'd just go that far from the get-go! Holy crap!
With the determination of a trapped wolf.
Yeah?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
I guess that's a mercy than her just biting through all of it. Also, hey Strap, how you doing? Thanks for the hydrate. Things are getting pretty real again. I appreciate you, gamer. I hope you're having a good weekend. Things are going a little silly on this timeline. Or parallel world, I guess. Remind all of you that you matter. You're valid, loved, worthy of love, important, allowed to have emotions in bad days. I'm so proud of all of you for existing, and I'm so thankful that you are around. Thank you, Straps. That's actually kind of good right now, because we've been on a journey, and this is... They did say it was a game about love at the start, so that's honestly pretty fitting for this. Because it has gone all over the place.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
I think I'll like what happens. Save the princess. You know this game well. Yeah, I have a lot of theories. Like, the first timeline, I think... Actually, no, I think that first timeline theory I had is debunked at this point. Because it is definitely a cognition reality kind of thing. Like, the first time we killed her properly, it was like, yeah, no, she has to be dead, instead of second-guessing ourselves after she died so she never came back. And then we became a basically seal trapping ourselves in there with her and got the quote-unquote good ending. And now we've gone well past that point. Actually, the very first ending after that, we got the metaphysical ending where we walked away, went down the creepy stairs, had her go fractal, and know how the things end up with the mirror after the end. And then we did the rage ending. So now we're here, whatever this is, at this point.
Fine.
Like, it's a game,
Against
alright.
your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her.
Better than her trying to bite it off like a rabid wolf. Seriously.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it cuts through the bone of her arm.
You gotta make the bone crunching noises.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Well, yeah, because she's not human and neither are we.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
At least she's not fairly trying to beat us to death.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
I mean, why should she be at this point?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the
You're
world.
directly intervening, are you? Is that so?
As the princess approaches
What?
the bottom stair, your body
You
steps forward
bastard.
and raises the blade.
And we still have the lizard arm too. That has not changed.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
It's okay, so the narrator is actually stronger than I first thought, because we've been able to shake him off pretty easily the other times, but...
What are you doing?
God, wait, hold up. Warn her, warn her, warn her. I'm glad there's at least an option there.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Although the thing is, if we don't die, would the timeline, or would the parallel worlds reset? That is interesting.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Yeah, no, this one's definitely not what I was expecting. I didn't realize the narrator had this much power, considering, again, he didn't have that much power initially. Like in the fractal timeline, or the fractal world, he didn't have hardly any power, and even in the stubborn world, he didn't have that much power there either, it felt like. But here, he can possess us, apparently, so that's new information.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here
What if I
alive.
don't want to get out of here alive? Resist. I will always resist, especially, like... If I ever somehow get possessed, you're gonna see a goddamn Majin Vegeta event, because fuck off. Possession is not in my cards. Good luck.
Move the blade.
What if you can go eat a dick?
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious
Like, this is the
step
good
forward.
kind of stubborn. The violent path was the bad kind of stubborn, but I feel like this kind of stubborn is very valid. You should hold on to yourself through this kind of a thing. Possession is 9/10 of the law. God damn it. Jail. Jail forever. 1,000 years dungeon.
We both know this isn't you.
Okay, you should let me fully shake this off before you get too close, though, maybe.
She nervously reaches
Oh,
towards
thank
you
goodness.
and takes the blade from your infuriatingly
But she
rigid
might also stab
hands.
us after this, but that's okay.
What are you
If she
doing?
does kill us, I'm at peace with that. We'll just start over.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Do
She
it.
plunges
Thank
it into
you.
your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
It's better than our intestines being ripped out of ourselves forcibly.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It has to be this way, apparently.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
Thank you, hero.
For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
It was doomed from the start.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Not to mention, after you possessed me, you have lost anything resembling trust at this point. You can go into a bottom of a well and be sealed there for eternity for all I care. I hope the rats eat you.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Yeah. Sure doesn't
Apparently
seem
not.
like it.
Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife
Which makes
working does
sense.
it. A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long
It
before
makes
you
sense
bleed
because in the
out.
violent timeline where she tried to stab her but we doubted it at first, she was definitely able to fight then, so it is definitely a reflection.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right?
Yeah, you'll be gone, but I'll be here. Bye, hero. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
that's
hero.
rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
It's okay, we'll see. Maybe she'll be somehow... How will this play out? How is her next iteration going to be in this timeline?
Everything goes dark, and you die.
What else is new? The damsel.
You're on a path. You're here to slay.
Okay, we've already done all of this. And actually, yeah, no, I'm kind of pissed off at you this time. That possession thing was a low blow.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking
Like,
about?
I was
Just
kind
for the
of...
first time.
I was kind of okay with you being a weird third entity up until this point, even though I didn't trust you, but now I really don't.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe... Yes, he didn't approve of us last time,
Aww.
did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
He can hear you, though.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
Not that we can help the voices. They just have their own little thing.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Yeah, I'd like to not be possessed again this time. That would be nice.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Yeah, he might be. He's a little too into it, but he's got the spirit. He's got the spirit.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth. All this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I? Isn't that the stubborn one? Let's just see what it does this time.
Those are two very different questions. Let's say for a moment that you died last time, but
Yeah.
you were the one who did us in, villain.
Correct. Yeah, slay the princess. We are currently working through a lot right now. We're on our second technical path. Like, the first path we did the good ending, the second path we did the one that explained a lot of answers, the third one was rage, and this one is, I guess, the very romantic one. We don't need a slayer. Also, we already did that. That was the very first thing we did.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price.
And again, I'm pretty positive, or at least my current theory is that these aren't even actual worlds, these are just reality marbles. Did I get the happy ending? Is the quote-unquote happy ending is the very first one I got, yes. Mostly because I just logic puzzled it through. And I was like, okay, I guess we'll just kill her, and then we'll make sure to say that she's dead, and then we'll go wait as... But my initial assumption was also very wrong, I feel like. Because the initial assumption was, again, oh hey, we have to make sure she's dead because words have power here, and we have to stay inside the cabin as a seal to make sure she doesn't escape. But now it's very clear that she's a concept. Then why am I still here? Because I am a curious cat slug, and I like to make sure to see things through to the end. There's more here than what's being let on. And I didn't really accept that ending anyways, necessarily. So, here we are. I'm ready to see the truth, not just, oh hey. Not to mention, the jackass possessed me last run. I've doomed the world. Again, the world itself is a very vague concept here. And yes, because I'm just curious. But what if we didn't slay the princess? Well, we didn't slay her last time, and instead we got stabbed to death because somebody decided they wanted to possess us, so...
I beg to differ.
Like, again, the smitten guy's a little overboard,
I'm not going
but...
to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations.
No, I just want to make her whole.
Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the
Oh, they
rather
had consequences,
dangerous assumption
alright.
that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Also, hey, Beepers, how you doing? How you doing, Beepers? Hope you're Gucci today. What were you doing? What were you playing? I hope you had a very fun stream, Beepers. Hope it was very, very silly. Channel your shot. Oh, I must have misspelled it. Ah. Let's try that again. Vika VT, aka Beepers. Heavensward. Hell yeah, love Heavensward. How far in are you in Heavensward? I'm kind of curious because it limits... Actually, some people here haven't even played, so I guess speak about it in vague terms if you can. First time, but like... What dungeon or what level, I guess, would make sense to get a gauge of exactly what you were probably feeling right now, because some of those get pretty intense. Also, let me give her a proper shout out here as well. Also, thank you, Relics Akosa, for following. Thank you, and welcome to the Slug Gang. Court Trial. Also, oh no, do you still not have any clips, gamer? We need to get you some clips. Because that's sad. Clips are always fun. Also, thanks for following again. And what else? What else? Court Trial. No, you don't. What's wrong with clips? Clips are funny. But all the same, hope you had a wonderful time. The court trial, I think, was relatively early on level-wise. Because they're definitely... Anyways, not going to go into it because I'll accidentally spoil something, so I'm going to keep my lips sealed. But all the same, thanks for coming by, thanks for being your raiders. We are playing Slay the Princess today. Those content warnings up there are very much in effect because things get kind of crazy. Oh, you still don't have any. Oh, I see, I see. Understandable. So still pretty early on then. But yeah, we've currently had a lot going on. If you're worried about spoilers, we're very much spoiling all over the place. We've done 3 different endings currently. We did the one where we actually did kill her. We did the ending where everything fractaled out because we tried to leave, and we had the ending where she beat the ever-loving crap out of us, and it was kind of hot at first and then got very concerning. But yes, the consequences definitely have actions, but that's the point.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started.
You're
That
so
sounds
wrong
pretty
on this.
consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that if it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
The void happened after we died.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that she would never...
Also, I don't think there's people.
She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
Like, I'm still curious as to why the narrator wants to even kill her. Like, is the world even the world as it stands? Like, that's the key piece here, is I feel like the world itself is, again, some kind of reality marble. Every world is its own marble. It's isolated from anything else in reality, it feels like. Because we don't see anything else besides the woods and the cabin. The outside world might not exist as a concept.
Convoluted. I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
And after you possessed me that one time to try to kill her, you can go straight to hell. Like, I don't vibe with that deterministic crap, thank you very much. Going with, I'm gonna find a way to save her from the cabin. Or let's do this one first.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with?
Oh, I have
The cabin
done...
yet? You still have plenty of time to reflect.
I have
on
done
the
so much
situation.
reflecting.
I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right
And on my reflection, you can eat dirt. Let's talk about the princess.
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she was even able to kill me last time is because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm... Maybe it's her beauty that threatens
That's
the world.
definitely not the case.
Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no.
And who locked her in the basement? What is this place? That is a good question to ask, because those have not been properly answered by anybody.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is.
The people locked her away... Okay, we've already gone over this, actually. He's still being cagey.
I told you everything you need to know. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. Look. Oh, of course. Calling
Okay,
us special
same as
isn't
before,
going
basically.
To make us friends, even if it did feel nice. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
But yeah, my memory's going a bit hazy at the moment, so if I didn't already say it already, if you need to like raid and run, tinkle-de-crinkle, stretch yourself out, get some snacks, that is understandable beepers. But we are very into the thick of things at the moment.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with...
I can't just turn around and leave because I'll go back to the fractal ending and we'll be forced back here anyways. So to the cabin it is. So we haven't finished her yet. She's not
warning.
complete.
Before you go any further, she will lie.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
already
you always
told
say
you
that.
we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe.
You had us in the first half, Smitten. Not gonna lie, because I sure as hell cannot believe him anymore. But you're a little too in. You're a little too in. You're a little too deep in there.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
Mhm.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
You were awfully overbearing.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Surprisingly, the cabin just looks like a regular cabin this time so far. So we'll see what it looks like in... Oh god, it's probably going to look really weird and gosh when we get in there, isn't it?
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant.
Way more normal than I
Its stone
expected.
Walls draped in fine threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
This is probably the most normal a second run has gone so far.
The blade is your
Yeah. The blade. You're gonna ignore the mirror again.
That's because there isn't. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a
It's
mirror.
kind of weird though that the voices can see the mirror but they can't really interact with it the same way as we do at the end. You know what, let's give in to the smitten thing and let's see how handsome I am.
That's a great idea. We have to make sure we're looking our best before we save her.
We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be
It's
important.
very important.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is...
This whole cabin is different from last time again.
Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here.
Okay,
So focus up.
same thing as before. Approach the mirror. Probably won't change anything.
Walk up to the wall next to the base. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and
We're
rub
still
your
a creepy
hand
lizard
against
man.
the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
I'm still not sure if she can even tell what we actually look like still, because the narrator sure as hell can't, but I guess we'll find out pretty fast. Enter the basement. Fuck the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here,
Oh,
slaying
come
her is
on.
probably doing her a
There's
favor.
worse basements. I've lived in worse basements.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Wow, your voice got really squeaky.
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last
It sounds like a
time.
mouse.
I can hear wedding bells
Oh,
already.
calm your... Just calm down, boy, down.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far.
Mhm.
We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love.
I mean, that...
Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
If she is the concept of love like I think she is, then technically yes. I guess, maybe, in love. I'm not sure how that works. We'll find out.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes
Oh,
with
she
the
does look
princess.
cute this time.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to
Hopefully
the
she
far
doesn't
wall.
try to gnaw her arm off again.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Thankfully she can't hear him, I think.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely She can hear
Like,
my
again,
spirit.
the spirit's in the right place, but you're so over the top with it. She's the concept of love, and you were not in love because you were not in her. Is that a pun? Is that an awful pun? Because I'm not sure if to congratulate you or banish you to the Shadow Realm at this point.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried.
Okay,
you
she
wouldn't
still
come
remembers
back.
like the other times.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
I don't think she... Or maybe she doesn't care what we look like, if she can see what we look like. It's hard to tell, because we sure don't look dashing. We look like a lizard man.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
I mean, a little praise doesn't hurt as a treat. Some of us actually like praise, God forbid.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before. That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us.
I don't think she would have had to have killed us if you didn't try to take the dagger down here. If that was even... Like, I'm still not sure if it's the narrator, or if there's a fourth party, possibly, that got the dagger down here. It's so hard to tell anymore. But considering the fact that the narrator can possess us, he's probably how the dagger and the locked door happened in the first place. So how we're going to get around that little problem, I'm not sure.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And she still has both arms this time.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
I mean, none of them are right or wrong at this point. We're just getting perspective,
Now,
so...
hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Because this is all meaningless in the end, except for the perspective.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
He reminds me of Argenti from Honkai, but even more over the top, which is too over the top. Like, Argenti's like the upper limit of over the top romantic you can get, honestly. Because he's at least endearing, but this guy's laying it on a little too thick. And that's coming from me, of all people. So you know it's thick.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
With what dagger? Are you going to summon a dagger again? Yeah, let's just go through all the explorers real quick. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Yes and no, because to kill me is the only way to reset the timeline, and we were kind of locked in there, so I mean... It kind of had to happen for us to get back to this point.
Did we?
Kind of?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Again, you're the last person I want to hear about manipulation. She hasn't possessed our body yet. What do you have to say on that? I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
I'd rather we not do that this time.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her
If
right
it goes
out
that
with
easily,
no
that would be
harm done.
wonderful, actually. But it's not going to go that easily. One of us is going to have to die in the end.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
We can't if we believe hard enough.
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
Oh, it's very weird, but that's okay. I like weird anyways.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling...
I am down with the Abyss and Eldritch Entity, so this is okay with me. I'm not normal. Let's be honest here.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster.
I can
who's
show
not
you
to
my
be
monster
trusted.
license.
So
I
go
got
ahead
one.
and slay her.
It was a long time ago. So we don't have to kill her. What happened after I died? How would she know? But I guess it's worth asking.
You died, and now we're talking.
Sounds right. The world just resets. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world? I don't think she necessarily is the one who's ending it.
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
No, don't you start that people-pleasing stuff. Bad. Bad. Gonna commit gay crimes? Yes. Be gay, do crimes, you're correct.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Like, it's kind of weird in that, because of the way the perspectives work, it also feels also fake at the same time, because it's literally just a reflective mirror at this point.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, I don't want the world to end. Actually, honestly, at this point, I don't really have any feelings about the world ending, because I don't even think the world is the world.
At least you're being honest. I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a nihilist.
Guilty as charged, teehee.
The princess shifts in uncomfortable confusion.
Like, I don't want the world to end, but if it happened, well, sucks, I guess. Try to prevent it best you can, but we're just simple specks in the magnificent stardust that is the universe.
Me too. I don't care.
She wasn't confused for long. If she doesn't care, then clearly she didn't end the world. It would take a great desire for evil to do something so inconceivable.
I don't know, if you have enough
and
power.
Our dearest has not an ounce of cruelty within her. All is well, and it's high time we rescued our beloved.
And considering her eldritch nature, you don't have to care to end the world. If you just have enough power, you can end it without a second thought. Like, look at... I think a good example is something of a similar power scale is like Zeno from Dragon Ball Super. Like, he's just a little guy, but he can, like, snap and a universe just goes away. Like, it's not malicious, it's just, okay, bye. The intent doesn't really matter if the world is wiped clean. Sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Boy, was it.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
I'm still concerned how you have that kind of power here.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Okay, that actually hit a little bit.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent.
Aren't we all just doing our best at the end of the
almost
day?
unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect.
She's not perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
Shh, I didn't even think of that. That's not out of the realm of possibility. You don't trust her anymore? I mean, again, she's just a reflection of our current self, so I don't think... where does trust come into the... Again, I'm not sure where trust comes into it. When she's just kind of like a weird, like, mimic of sorts, in a sense.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I mean, there's only like one of you in every single reality marble we've been in, every parallel world. You don't trust yourself either. I guess that's up to each individual person. I trust myself.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't
I trust
have
myself
some
and I
horrid
trust
little voice
a
like
very
him,
small amount of
always
people.
trying to drive her to violence.
And yeah, honestly, I hope she doesn't have a narrator, because the narrator's definitely not up to any good. At least ours isn't. Rescue the princess.
No. I can't let you
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
what,
If you
you'll
take
possess
another
us
step
again?
towards the princess,
You'll
I'll
possess us
do
again,
what?
you
Take
jackass?
over our
Do
body
it.
and force
I don't
us
think it's
try
gonna
and
work
kill
the
her.
same way. Yeah, exactly.
I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic
That's
depths,
how it's gonna end,
and
isn't
if you
it?
try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Okay, so that's foreshadowing out the wazoo.
You wouldn't.
He would.
I would.
He absolutely would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what's the game? Is she gonna do something, or is it the narrator? I feel like the narrator's gonna come up with some other bullcrap, maybe.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
That would fix me. Smother me, please.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
This is going too well. What's the catch? It's the first time I think that is the first time we've seen our left hand, which, unsurprisingly, is also a lizard hand.
What do we do now?
What do you want to do? That's actually a good question. Like, we freed you. You have... Actually... No, she has to have some sort of free will, right? To some extent, I would hope. Not sure that would fix you. Give me the cooler princess, please. I mean, I think they're all good. I think all of them are good, except the one at the very end of the last one, because that one was just really sad. The one that was basically like a tyrant from Resident Evil, I'm not a fan of. Mostly because it was just really depressing. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The circumstances were sad, not her. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. The fact that she literally tore off her arm practically to get out was really messed up, but... The circumstances, though, you are right on.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
Okay, here it comes.
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Okay. I know how this game works. I can just ask her to tell me what she wants to do forever. It's not going to happen. It's like trying to ask your girlfriend, oh, hey, where do you want to eat? Oh, I don't know. Hey, where do you want to eat? Oh, I don't know. Just pick something. You have free will. You can pick things too. Both of us can pick things. Wow, it's crazy. A crazy concept. I know. It's insane. Like, some days I can pick things. Someday you can pick things. But come on. You have to pick things sometimes. There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
She can't just want to make us happy.
Things are getting weird.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Oh, these are tough questions. Let's see. But what would make you happy? You have to want something more than just making me happy, but you need your own thing. Honestly, that seems like the most... Wow, one of them's literally, I want you to make me unhappy. We're not doing that. That seems awful. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me, which honestly, more people should know. Like, so many people are like, oh, I want to get into a relationship, like, just for the sake of it. And then don't know what they want to do and then get way too obsessive and try to base their entire personality around their partner. And that's bad. That's bad. That never ends well. Trust me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
God damn it.
And now she's getting anime eyes. What? Hello? What is going on?
Is she broken?
I think she's broken. Yes, we broke her.
What's going on is she's lying to you. Only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust
Sugoi.
her now?
Kawaii. God damn it. But what would... You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a
This
big
is
deal.
a problem. We're in a loop here. Actually, out of curiosity, let's just go for it. I want you to make me unhappy.
Okay, if that's what makes
God
you
damn
happy,
it!
I can make you unhappy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now?
And they lived happily
Like we're the
ever
only ones
after.
here.
We sure are. Okay, bye. Well, that went by faster than the last one, where it was 3 cycles, I guess. You're gonna get the chance to ask another question. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
No. She was our perfect match.
You'll just have to deal with Lover Boy. Bye. Bye now.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror?
It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt.
Bye. Right? It's not the end. Whatever is on the other side is going to be nice. Or, I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
She'll be there waiting for us.
Oh, she sure will be.
Just know it.
You're correct on that one. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Still as lizardy as ever. Oh, we are getting goopier. You've withered. Wait, withered? The last one was you've grown. This one is you've withered. Interesting. Huh. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Hey, baby girl. How you doing?
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Contradictions can definitely exist, but how can you... It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I don't hate her at all. Do I resent you? I mean, the fact that we're able to communicate like this actually makes me like her more, I suppose.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
This seems like a weird question to ask, but I'm gonna ask it. Actually, no, we're not gonna ask that yet. We're gonna save that for last if we can. Let's see, what else do we got? What do you think of this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Keyword molded. Again, it literally is just a reflection of what we do. It's all our actions. Which isn't how people actually work, but obviously.
She has served her purpose.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
There is so much truth there. Because people are just walking contradictions. If you don't think you're a walking contradiction, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, some people are more reflective than others, but at the end of the day, like, no one's just like one thing. Like, we're not characters in a story. There's myriad facets of personality, myriad truths that people have. So yeah, I can agree with that. I'm gonna ask this question despite knowing the answer anyway, so let's just do it.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Unless the whole thing is not just the concept of love, but maybe the concept of self-love, which is entirely possible considering how everything is mirrored so much. Have you figured out what you'll want when we've finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
I'm not sure how to take that necessarily. Like, are we talking equality? Because yes, you honestly, at least I think you should strive for equality and that kind of a thing, but you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
And this is probably going to be a similar answer as usual, but we might as well.
We will know when we near our destination.
I have no intention of actually killing her. I don't even know if we could kill her, so those questions are kind of meaningless at this point. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Yippee! I love dying! Hooray! An idealized vessel. Deconstructed damsel to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
That's... Might as well overwrite this one. And on that note, it's been at least another hour or so, so we should again take another 3 to 5 minute break. Make sure to tinkle, decrinkle, get snacky snack, stretchy stretch, sleepy sheep. We will continue our existential crisis when I come back from Jeff Bezos' ad Totino's Dimension. See you soon.
Carnage.
That is my Donkey Kong Country too.
Get my Donkey Kong Country.
Carnage, that was the
Country
whitest.
has been dunked.
That was the whitest you have ever sounded.
No, it wasn't.
Training grounds wasn't anything, but the other ones could
Yeah, I was about to say,
It was
there's
a
a ton of
potion.
chests in there. There's so many
There
chests in
could
Training
be.
Ground.
There are chests. There's a lot of chests in there, but a lot of them are
Yeah.
keys because they have to be.
Yeah.
Unless you enable the key.
Overworld.
Oh, thanks for the heart piece.
Overworld.
Why is that not important?
Here's how it's going.
Because you don't need a heart piece to beat the game. It just helps you not die.
I still count that as important.
That's valid because I mean.
I need some healing.
Yeah, you're fucked up crazy, goddamn.
Yeah, I was trying to get a lawnmower to go. Was not going.
Does he need the clown car? We got that SUV like way later.
Oh, there's looters in the diner.
Looters in the diner are coming. I'm on the way.
Oh, the lightsaber's is working good. Here they come. We have compromised to a permanent end. Oh. There we go. I've compromised the looters to a permanent end.
Let's fuck it out of here. I'm bouncing. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I forgot how to fucking play this game already. Wait, hold up. Hold up. I need to tweak something. I need to tweak something. Cool. Let me go. Cool. Okay, we back. Oh, speaking of, a new model's in the works too. How do I change the camera? There we go. Is it just me? The camera a little too close. I'm trying to remember how to play the game again.
I don't want him. The little ghosty. Take a sip of water.
No! I'll need a sec.
Why you sound like that? Why you sound like that?
What's wrong, Lita? Oh. A little tangy, but good.
Now we can
Dang, Allie can back me up. It's a real place.
Yeah, the candy warehouse. Love that place.
Yeah, that's where Allie got a delicious glass of cotton.
What?
Yeah, the
Yes,
soda was
Quinn.
Wrong cola taste.
Hold on. What's up, Quinn?
I lied. I can't do it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking.
Habapa, I am back, every sluggy. Okay, let's get back into emotional turmoil. Yippee! Okay.
You're here.
Because she's locked up, yada yada yada. We've done all of this before. Is something else changed? Having said that, maybe I'm okay with the world. Nope. First run's pretty much always the same thing.
You make your warn. She will. We're not
Yes,
going to
yes.
ignore him.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the blade.
I guess I'll take the blade this time, but not
You
try
take
to
the blade
necessarily
from the
kill her.
table.
We'll see how it goes.
The door to the basement creep her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
Yep, okay, same as before.
Don't let it fool you.
Just checking in on you.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Okay, this one implies that there is a level of her remembering something before this, unlike the one with the damsel one, so that's interesting. Or it could just because it's a cognition thing, because we're in here with violent intent, that basically a backstory is fabricated in that way and becomes reality? I wonder.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the. She's so cold. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do.
Yeah, I think we thought about this before when we tightened our grip, but I guess we'll just drop it this time.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands
Like,
and drops to the floor with an unceremonious
supposedly, we cannot get the same ending twice, so it shouldn't matter that much.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
But she's definitely more hostile because we came in here with the weapon, of course.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
It's pretty awkward. All of these options are silly.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Straightforward. Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
That laugh. I think I'm in love.
I'm not in love, I'm just concerned. Actually.
Stop it.
I have no idea. To be honest, well, I don't even know why I'm down here, or how I got here.
But you just said when I came down here something about they, implying there was somebody else. That doesn't add up.
I was kind of hoping you might be able to shed some light on the whole situation.
I'm here because you're supposed to end the world.
Don't just tell her that.
I'll tell her what I damn well please, Mr. Possessing man. I'm not your puppet.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
We literally just said those exact lines too as part of the options on the way here. So yeah, we're both like weirdly blank slates when we come into this.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
No, because he'd rather possess my body than just actually tell me what's going on, if he even knows. I am more inclined to trust you than them because they have overstepped a boundary that should not be overstepped.
I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
You sure as hell don't, buddy.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Still have a few more questions.
Fine. What do you want to know?
Name.
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal
Yep,
Highness.
pretty much the
Or Her
same.
Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Just more formal this time and not princess. I see.
Note the lack of detail. You can't.
How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Again,
Straight
she
to the
offers
point.
no specifics.
How would I get you out of here? Are you gonna try to bite your arm off again?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good
I
use.
hate how you're so on board with cutting off your arm again.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she is. I'm sure of it.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm gonna try to get her out of here again.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
If you possess me again, I'm gonna be upset.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
And he's gonna lock the door again.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you have any ideas this time that aren't cutting your freaking arm off?
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She's so...
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement. Is someone else here? You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
Okay, we're pretty much rehashing
I heard
a bit.
the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah, this asshole sure did again. If it's still
The
him, I
knife.
think it's him.
Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you...
Yeah, you'll try to possess me again, I have a feeling.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh.
You gotta make it so squelchy.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The
Yep.
stakes are too high.
Again,
you can't just
possession.
let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches, wait, this isn't fair. You can't watch me.
I can try warning her again, and maybe it'll be slightly
Stop
different.
that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Same.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of... Stop it! Stop
Okay, but what if I resist
the
again
blade.
anyways?
Move the blade.
Eat dirt!
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
Yeah, can you please kill me properly instead of failing like last time?
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Oh, we will.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Thank you for making it fast this time.
Her face remains
It's appreciated.
unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid
not
it
really.
is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The prisoner. Okay, different chapter. We're good, we're still good.
You're on a path. You're here to...
Okay, since the deja vu already happened, already died. Wise to your tricks.
My trick. Don't forget what he did to us the last
Skeptic.
time
Okay, this is
around.
new.
I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last, you know I can hear you two. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind...
Let's assume time the truth. Why should I listen to you? Why should... Let's just go to the cabin. It's this... Actually, wait, no, because the skeptic will have something different to say.
Those are two very... Let's say you died last... The absolute irony.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time? That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do.
It is absolutely the
Which
sort of thing
honestly
you've done
all the
multiple
reason
times
for
at
you
this
to not
point.
buy into
You
whatever
asshole.
self-delusions the three of you... But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean
Wait,
to me?
for
Because if I
saying
really
something
did what you
mean
said
to
I did,
you?
probably
Okay, yeah,
deserve
no, I
it.
definitely don't like
I'm a
you
professional,
now.
after all.
Professional what? A professional what? Answer the question.
Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? What do you mean? Of course there weren't. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical, if it's the latter, what do you think the people... What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to...
I know, right? Oh, wait. Pfft. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
Oh, how I wish that were the case. But if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, you're talking in circles.
Boy,
I'm
is
talking
he.
in
Also, thank you, totally not named Dan, for following. Welcome to the Slug Gang. Yippee! Also, I hope you enjoy whatever you gotta do, whether it be eating, sleeping, or etc. Hope you had a fun time while we were here. You will be missed. I will hopefully see you again. Yippee! But have a good one. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to see if we can finish this relatively fast, but I don't know, because things are repeating a lot more than they have been. go to the cabin. Actually, let's talk to the princess first.
Just be quick about it.
Only reason she was able to kill us because I let her. All she did was slit my throat. How is she supposed to end the world?
You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything.
Literally anything.
Fine.
Wait.
Check your pockets.
Checking pockets, checking pockets.
Put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front.
Is this supposed to be a slapstick joke? 'Cause I'm about to slap you with a stick. Come on.
Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world."
You can possess our body. How am I supposed to trust that?
Truth.
An immutable truth is you can possess us, which means you could possess me and write in my own dang handwriting. I don't trust that for an instant. That doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting?
Or possess us and do the same thing, yes.
I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes.
You have rules?
Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to? Exactly. Because you not doing what I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get. People locked her in. Look. Oh. Of course. Yes. Right. We're here because we're
so special.
Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the
only ticking
cabin.
clock that seems to be here is whether I die faster or slower, and it's usually your fault anymore.
I've told you not to sound like a broken record.
You are a broken record.
Great.
Getting
Now,
tired
if
of
you
you,
don't mind-
narrator. Gonna throw you into a frickin' volcano if we can find one at this rate.
Warning. She will lie. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
I love the sass on the skeptic.
Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this.
Okay, yeah, no, the
focus
skeptic
on
is my
the
favorite so
princess.
far. He is also tired of this shit. Especially when it's coming from the narrator.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is...
Didn't say anything about the mirror.
Definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should. There isn't a mirror. There's definitely... There isn't. I think you know what we have to do.
Can he seriously not see the mirror at all?
Exactly. Why would...
Or is he pretending not to see the mirror? That still hasn't been fully answered, it feels like. Because everyone else can see it.
Very different. Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely.
Considering the fractal cabins, possibly.
Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't. So focus up.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the... It's real.
Wipe clean.
You reach forward. It was there a second ago. And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Like, I definitely feel like just the leaving ending was supposed to be much later, because we got there first, everything feels a lot more silly. Like, we got there really fast. Let's take the blade again, I guess.
You take the blade from the table. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Now, how have you changed,
The door
Princess?
to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
It's only been one parallel world ago. It's not like it's been that long.
Does she remember us?
She certainly should.
You walk down
Oh!
the stairs and
That's
lock
messed
eyes
up.
with the
What the
princess.
hell?
She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves, the chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
I am so sorry.
So much for cutting her out of here. Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve
I
a
know,
distinct
right?
purpose, there would be something.
Every single time there's a chain on the wall that she's not bound in. But the fact that there's 3 chains binding both her arms this time makes it especially apparent that there's something wrong with that. Is that meant to bind us, maybe?
That was there last time too, wasn't it? It was.
It's there every time, I think. I think, God, I don't quite remember.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm not trying to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just leaving... Here. Leave her in the basement.
The door locked behind us the last time we tried that, remember? As if by divine will, just as you finished
Yeah,
the thought,
divine will
you
my
hear
ass.
the
I'm gonna
door
punt you
slam.
like a football.
I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the task is finished. It doesn't matter how many chains she's in, without your intervention, she'll find a way out eventually.
The only time she found out a way out on her own was when she was ripped and huge because we tried to fight her to the death.
That's not fair. Unless you deal with her right here, right now, she will remain an existential threat to the entire world. What seems unfair to you is fair for everyone else.
Why don't you just kill her? Oh wait, that's literally you possessing us. But why can't you just like possess the blade itself and kill her that way? You're able to get the blade down here from the door, so in theory you could do the same thing with just the blade on its own, right?
Huh. So it's not even safe to think.
Or is that against your stupid rules? And are the rules self-imposed or are they imposed by some greater power?
How surprising. They locked you down here too.
Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Very understandable considering how messed up this one was already.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sit where you were told to sit.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I have been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh? Are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
Understandably a lot more guarded than she used to be.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things. How
Yeah, seriously,
exactly?
give us some beef.
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
Okay, so he is very, very aware and perhaps even making the contingencies himself?
A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder.
You
than
could
they
just
were.
say something
I really
else.
shouldn't say anything
Literally
else. I'm just going to
anything.
make it worse. Just good luck. Now hold on. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles. I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough, I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted.
Oh, don't
by
worry,
the
you're like the
alternative.
12th version we've met, and I still hate you.
That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
Is that an actual emotional response by the narrator? Huh. I still don't feel bad for you considering you like to possess my body a lot, and that goes well over the bounds of anything. No matter what you feel, you stepped over the line twice now, but...
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
God, is that a mood?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Fine. But you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about
Now we'll
that.
see if this goes to a third chapter or not, I guess.
Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Okay, so she definitely can't hear the narrator or the voices. Absolutely can't. Okay. You're asking about my intentions earlier. What do you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here?
Trying to get all this freaking crap sorted out, but this narrator... Like, honestly, I feel like regardless if the narrator tells us or not, we'll have to go through all the perspectives anyways.
There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck? Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
I think she'd easily survive a beheading.
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust
But I'm also
her.
kind of scared to see what happens if you try to behead her, though. Ugh.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them.
Okay, so from her perspective, nothing even happened. She goes straight back to the basement.
And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows? It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we
And
are.
the person who knows how things work, or at least in theory does, is being a jackass.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
Yeah, how am I supposed to cut you out? Your head's kind of there. Also, actually, no, the other chain on the wall.
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains.
I kind of want
We
to.
need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Because that chain has been there, like, every single time. How am I supposed to cut you out if you didn't notice your head's in a shackle, too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
I'd rather not do that.
She would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
Like, that's pretty
Certainly
hard-boiled,
seems
but...
confident. Maybe she knows something we don't. Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
I mean, in the end, it's kind of meaningless. All of you guys will go away again.
So, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
Yeah, that's nothing new at this point.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him. Possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
To some extent, maybe, but I feel like the entity at the end is beyond this, and I do want to help them still. And yeah, no, we're not in a good place of trust at the moment.
I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
I mean, speaking of patience, cut her out on your own, slay the princess, give her the knife. Yeah, and you did kill me last time.
But sure, let's talk about what happened. Because what happened is exactly my issue. The last time we met, your body tried to kill me.
Mm-hmm. 100% correct.
If you take a moment to imagine yourself in my position, I think you'll understand why letting you near me with that thing is untenable. So, be a good bird and hand it over.
That almost
And
worked.
if being nice isn't enough motivation, well, I think you're aware that I'm not
Yeah,
afraid to
I'm aware.
resort to violence. If you come near me with that thing, I will strangle you with these chains.
Damn. Okay, understood.
She doesn't beat around the bush, does she? Yes, it's almost like she's a fundamentally bad person who wishes to inflict pain
Only
on
because we
others.
came down with the knife in the first place.
Or it's another bluff.
No hard feelings, of course. But you should be aware of my position.
Let's see. Wait, did we lose the option to chain? Okay, we did not lose that option yet. Yeah, you're the one in chains. If anyone should be negotiating here, it's you, not me.
I might be the one in chains, but we're both locked in here. The only thing you have to bargain with is that scrap of metal. Admittedly, it's a scrap of metal that I want, but... We've already been over this. I'm more patient than you'll ever be.
I mean, by the way the game works, that's by definition correct. Because otherwise we'd just sit here at a menu and nothing would happen. Cut her out your own, give her the knife, explore. If you don't give up now, then I have no choice but to... You know what, let's expect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Well, that makes me want to do it more, because I hate you.
Why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
I want to see how it's even possible, because the only time it resets is if one of us dies, so how would one of us die if we're both shackled?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
Indeed.
But what if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am.
You have not told the truth even once, it feels like, at this point, Mr. Narrator. Inspect the shackle.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity.
Okay, we can both be curious cats together. Yippee!
I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
Yeah?
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Also supposed to say next. That implies there is a power above the narrator as well.
Yes, it's bad.
Supposed to implies that there is definitely a script that he is also working with, which, to be fair, he's a narrator, so yeah, that would make sense.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time. Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
So is that the narrator doing that, or is it the thing behind the narrator? It's probably the thing behind the narrator.
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Yeah, no,
me?
this is the weirdest one so far. Like, this, there's no way you can justify or explain this one.
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Become your own jailer.
Yes.
Yippee! Prison of the mind.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
We're not going to be stuck here forever. I highly doubt it.
What are we supposed to do now?
We wait.
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
Can we even starve?
That's horrible.
Can we even starve?
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information. Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, we should touch them more.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
So, actually, did you know that this was going to happen to me?
No,
So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude.
Considering the fact we tried to kill her last time, understandable. Wait in silence.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
You'll be
There
fine.
must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing. But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes.
But somehow we have to die,
The
don't
basement
we?
of the cabin
Or
remains
she has
much
to
the
die.
same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything.
Yeah.
She's just sitting there.
This is literally how we got the good ending, is by we killed her and then we just sat in a cabin for eternity.
Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it. How exactly does that work? It just does.
You could literally answer anything with a straight answer.
But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same. If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist.
Especially in this
That's just
world.
how things work.
The skeptic is honestly the best voice so far. He at least kind of understands what's going on around here. His intuition is strong.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first. A bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there. But then they get larger. And larger.
Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk. Remember?
Fair enough.
Still rude.
This is a good time as any to eat peanut butter of my own free will,
You
because I
continue to
have
wait in
that.
silence, and the cabin continues to
I'm a
change.
little-
The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls. That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time
Probably.
changed? What happens to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
Because we're also not human.
She hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't. Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement.
Hey, that's something.
Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then...
Oh?
And?
You're fading away a bit, Mr. Narrator.
I think he's gone.
Oh, damn. Glad he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
I wouldn't know if I'd say this is technically out of the cabin. We still are, unless the wall behind us erodes, we're kind of stuck for a bit longer.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Fair enough. You got me there. Time to leave.
She's gone. And there's that mirror again.
Just approach the mirror at this point.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
You'll be fine.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
Well, that's too bad. Enjoy the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Just break everything on the way out, why don't I? Gaze into your reflection. You've unraveled. Yippee! Back in the long quiet.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet.
I'm curious to see what it means for us to know it.
She has a point. This is the first time she's actually ever seen outside the walls, even if there wasn't really anything to look at the time. Yeah, are there even people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Yeah, that's how an eldritch being would think. Do you think anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real? Very good questions to ask.
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
That seems awfully circular, logic-wise, but okay. Go on. Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Touché! Oh geez, that's a giant wall of text. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one? Okay, very, very, very important question.
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Not in this space, because he never follows us here. But it's good to confirm that they literally are like blank slates. It's basically like clay that is yet to be molded. He does. He don't know why, but he knows for a fact. Yeah, we need to get answers on this nonsense.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Yeah, honestly, even if he did tell the truth, how would we tell he's telling the truth? Considering he likes to lie to our face non-stop, and then possess us. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
1.
Wait, really?
Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
This is the last time. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just gonna stay here.
You've already tried waiting.
True, that did happen
but
once.
I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Wait.
I will see you when you return.
Oh wait, right, that closes the game. I forgot.
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever?
I forgot about that.
Replace the images of you.
I can't
and
go back either.
into a
I haven't
box
saved.
for
Actually, wait. Could I
safekeeping.
load? Could I load? Could I load? What do we got here? Load maybe. Like it's not a quick save, but maybe an auto save. Yeah, let's go back here. So I don't want the game to force close again. I don't. This is the most recent one. Okay, there we go. Because if it force closes, it's gonna have to reset everything and have to go dick with OBS again, and that's not good. So there is no waiting forever. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Yippee! A guarded vessel. Bring the prisoner to her.
Your Honor, you're here.
Okay, we've pretty much done all of these options. I don't think any of these are new. Never really have been, but it doesn't hurt to check. Nope, okay. To the cabin.
You make your way. A warning. She will. We're not going to ignore.
Proceed to the cabin. Let's not be violent this time.
The interior.
So the
of
first
the
time was
cabin
an
is almost
accident.
entirely bare.
That other time was just to
The
see
air
what
is
would
stale
happen.
and musty. The blade is.
Enter the basement. Supposedly we can't get the same ending twice, so I'm curious
The
how
door
this
to
will
the
change.
basement creaks open. Her voice
Hello?
is hypnotizing. Don't let it.
I'm here to save you, but for realsies this time, maybe.
How many times do I have to tell you how?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here
Or
forever.
did I answer that the same way last time and I'm gonna
Come
get stuck in the
downstairs.
void
I
dimension?
want to see the face of my rescuer.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I think we did that exact option last time.
You walk down the stairs and lock. She's beautiful. I am begging you.
Hi. I can't. I hope you brought something to deal with the.
Don't do it.
Wait. Can I look at the other chain again? I don't think it's...
Okay.
I feel like we're just rehashing again. Gonna keep you locked away down here. Keep her locked away. Can't trust you. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you.
You're making a huge No. You're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains. They're large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere
There
upstairs.
isn't a key.
Whoever locked.
And if there isn't a key...
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can...
She offers the suggestion. If we were stuck down here long enough,
I
you
think
attempt
we're
to make your way.
retreading, yep.
Someone else. You make your way to easier for everyone. Look at.
I heard the door slam.
There's a slight panic.
If I could just get out of these chains...
She barely.
And there she
rips
goes
her
again.
flesh. It's the blade, or you won't.
Save the princess is the only option.
Fine. Against you cut. The blade is
yeah,
sharp.
we're just
Her
rehashing.
limb. She did know. She How is?
Thank you.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have as the
Get possessed again. God.
Stop that.
Something.
Your body lunges forward, but stop it.
Yeah, we can't resist anymore, so that option's actually grayed out, so that's what they meant. I guess we killed her this time. Sorry.
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is
Uh-oh. She angry.
A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
I didn't think this all the way through on this, did I? Oh well, too late.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
Oh boy. Feral wife. Yippee!
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you.
Ironically, she's more dangerous
She
in
stares
this
down
than
at
she
your
was
ravaged
initially when we
form,
tried to kill her on the
eyes
violent
shining in
route.
the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, we will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently,
I mean,
I can't deny the reality.
She
of what's
was right. We
happened.
can't do the exact same thing again. It does prevent us at
It's
a
over.
point.
Everything goes dark.
How many different branches of this are there? The witch. I like witches. I don't know if I like this particular witch, but we'll see.
You're on a path. You're here to...
I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't... If he doesn't remember what happened, brilliant.
Opportunist.
We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue.
Oh my.
Bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say
Okay,
we
so
should
he's
probably
just a
head over to the
weasel.
cabin and slay that
He's just
princess.
a weasel.
We
Little
already know we can't
weasel.
trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Opportunist is a little too opportunist, but I see how it is. I could back out of this route, but at this point, I'm kind of curious anyways.
Those are two. Let's say you died. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options.
And it's better than getting possessed.
I can if you fail to slay the
And
princess.
by that I mean
which
we
you
did get
apparently
possessed
did.
again, thinking on
So
it.
great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what do you mean? Of course there weren't any... Yes, if it's the latter, do you think the people... That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying
It
her
sure
probably
doesn't.
breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we?
I don't want to kill her. In fact, I think I've only killed her once, and that was the time when we had a draw, and then she became Hot Demon Lady. And then she became really depressing, circumstantially.
You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone...
Okay, let's
Just be
talk real
quick about it.
How can I... She killed me last time, how can I make sure it doesn't happen
Like I
again?
said, if she killed you, it was...
She killed me by ripping me to pieces. Don't get me wrong, I hate it, but how can someone like that end the world?
She just...
Who locked her in the basement? Was this
People.
place? Yep, always the same thing.
Oh, of course you're... Good point. That really
That
explains
explains
almost
nothing.
everything. I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right. But it explains...
It really
almost
doesn't.
everything.
I mean, we are technically special, because we're a weird lizard person who is also maybe an outsider, but...
I've told you everything
No,
you
you
need. If
haven't.
you want us to stand a chance
You've told me
against her, we need
nothing.
to be armed, not to sound like a broken
You
record.
are a broken
I don't
record.
think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a
I
nice
might hate
guy
the
to me.
opportunist more than I hate the stubborn guy.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Like, you literally
but
just go on a...
You should really stop
Like, you
wasting
are a
time
true
chatting amongst
opportunist.
yourselves
Oh my
in the
gosh.
woods. Great. Now,
Like, you have no backbone, you have no spine, you just go with whatever's convenient. I hate that.
a warning. She will lie. Don't worry.
I guess it's too late to leave now. My one chance to leave is basically already gone, so I guess we're just going on like this.
The interior of the cabin is a mess
I like
of twisted
this.
roots.
This
the
one's
walls
nice.
a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your...
Yes, the blade's the implement, yada yada yada. Mirror.
That's because there's definitely a mirror, but he says there isn't one.
Why would he lie about there not being a mirror? What's the point?
Come on now. He's pretty much in charge here. When
He
have
sure
authority
is.
figures ever lied about anything? If there were a mirror in this cabin, and we were
Excuse
supposed
me?
to look at it, he would have told us about it.
When have authority figures ever lied about anything? God, if I could... No, I'm not going to reset it. I've already made the choice. I didn't mean to make the choice quite like that, but that's where we are, because God forbid it's either come down with hostile intent, or come down without the knife and he gives you the stupid knife anyways because he's a jerk. He's a stinky jerk and I hate him.
Exactly. Why would I...
Whole cap is
Very
different.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been. So focus up.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the... This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You
Still
reach
a
forward
wizard.
and rub... Well, at least
Wizard
we can all
lizard.
agree now that there's
Yippee!
nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Enter the
No
basement.
blade. Leaving it behind didn't work out so well.
That's
for us
because
last time.
somebody decided to possess us. Just don't let it happen again.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing.
You
this
totally know what you guys are doing. Said no one ever.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the
I'm
princess
fine,
lives
she
here,
probably
Serena
likes it
would probably
here,
be doing
maybe.
her a favor. Her voice skitters up. from
Skitters,
below.
huh?
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. Huh. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
Not on purpose, but yeah.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess.
Yeah, totally,
As
just a
long as you remember that
princess.
and remain
Mhm.
focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
I mean, that's generally a good thing to do, but the way you go about it, I'm not a fan of. Again, you just cling to whatever side you think is the most convenient, it feels like.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
Uh-huh.
Fine, fine. You're the boss.
You just go along with him so easily. He literally possessed us and you still go...
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall.
Has
her
she become a
eyes
full-on
bright and
furry?
glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning.
Spineless, 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 spineless.
Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it.
Yeah, and I'm
I won't
glad
waste
you're
time
not.
fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
But is it actually on the line? Like, it's so... Like, even that one where we just, like, waited for it to just go away, did the world even actually end? Like, I think he's full of it.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
I'm not killing her this time if I can help it.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I mean, yeah, nope, 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 nope. Putting that back in the pocket, putting that back in the pocket, putting it back in the pocket. I am sorry about last time.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right
Not
foot.
for that reason. I'm actually sorry, unlike you, jackass.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Working on it. I get the sense you're not happy. You don't say.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, that just seems awfully rude. I think there is definitely something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all. And unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it.
Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Well, you're not gonna let us leave anyway, so I don't know what to tell you. I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time.
Mhm.
That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Why do I have a nagging feeling you're gonna stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them?
In my defense, literally possessed.
But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember?
I mean, the one time we didn't try to stab her at all and also failed to stab her at all, she was actually very nice. She just became kind of, a little weird.
Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could
She stabbed us in the back less than you have stabbed us in the back. Let's be clear here.
See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Leave her in the basement. I died last time, you didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. That seems like an awful way to go about this, but screw it, let's go.
You were the one who tried to kill me when my back was turned.
Understandable.
You were the one who started all of this. Only a poor loser twists their own failures around on the winner.
And you're correct with that. But let's just try to leave.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face.
Okay, that's a pretty cute look, not gonna lie.
She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Hopefully the door doesn't lock on us again. Right, Mr. Narrator?
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us.
You'll be fine, you big baby.
It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
Like, is this a very bad idea for trying to stay alive? Yes.
Well,
Do I
if it
care at this
doesn't
point?
matter,
No.
then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her.
Okay, but how is she supposed to trust us if we are, like, we have to give something here.
Somebody
After
has to
last
go
time
first,
being
and it
so
might as well be us.
disastrous.
We're the ones who broke her trust last time.
Exactly.
You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going
What,
to
are you
regret
going to possess me, like, a second time on the same run? Step onto the stairs.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every
Like, I
single
can't
thing
blame
you
her.
do.
That's exactly what I'm worried about. You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good
I
reason.
like how he even
I don't
agrees
need
to it. He
trust you
admits
for my
it.
sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you. Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
Okay, but how's that going to build any trust in her?
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots.
Also
You'll trip
that,
and hurt
yes.
yourself.
The princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and, in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach. Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened.
Yet.
You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to
I know,
proudly
right?
claim
That's
your
awfully
victory,
premature.
are you?
Like, we have to try to trust her, but at the same time, you're being awfully...
What did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your
Yep.
shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and
If you
pulling down
wanted
with her
this, you
full
could
weight.
just ask for dinner first.
Together you tumble
Ow.
back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking
They
thud
really got their
against the
bone
basement
crunching
floor.
on lock.
You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
Okay, now that the foreplay is over, can we just leave?
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly
okay,
where
she
you
actually
are,
killed us in one
cackling
go.
derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken.
Oh, that's a problem.
One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several. You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like a broken back. We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that? It's what I would have done.
That makes sense, because it's a reflection of the opportunist. That would make sense, you're right.
Have you considered not being like
Yeah, have you considered not being like that?
Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
I mean, I had a feeling. But I also don't particularly care about the outcome as long as it's not me killing you. We could have gone out of here, we just trusted each other.
Why would I ever trust you? Your hands have spilled my blood. And knowing that, you should never have trusted me either. You should have known I would never walk hand in hand with a loathsome thing like you. By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back.
And I'm not gonna go along with that plan.
And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first.
Gotta think more than one step ahead on that.
Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling. We can go be down here broken together.
Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
I'm sorry it has to be this way.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
I don't find it all that funny, but okay.
She eyes you with intensity. Silence falling.
Like, now we
between
can't
you
even
for a
make
long
out.
moment
Congratulations.
As her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. World could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Why are you... Like, how is she more evil on this one than the ones where we actually came down with the knife, with intent to kill her?
Is that really what's going to happen now? Hello?
Nope.
Are you still there?
We're just gonna sit down here. None of us decompose. We're kind of immortal. I think, to some extent, relatively immortal. At least as far as, like, simple things as age go. And having to eat. He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
He sure is.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel
cold.
Enjoy your trip. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yippee! But you don't get the chance to respond, or will you ever?
She's gone. And there's that mirror again.
I'm gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here
But it
before.
feels
We'll
so
keep
bad.
being here.
Like, looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
I'll see you on the other side.
Okay.
Have fun.
If you say so.
Actually, will I see them again? I wonder.
Finally. We're going places.
Approach that mirror. Yippee! Gaze into a reflection. Nothing at all? That's new. Wait, hold up. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and see it, a figure faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Wait, what? The narrator? A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image and the glass in two. And then another crack forms in another and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. Oh, you are also definitely an eldritch something or another. That's a lot of eyes and teeth you have there, huh? I don't like you. You're kind of boring.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it?
All just eyes
you
and
needed
teeth.
help, after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I am an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many
Okay,
others
so
like
he
me.
is supposedly, quote-unquote, kind of like an Old Testament god, except he's like a shadow of it, I guess? Huh. Others like you said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design.
I mean, you say the exact same bloody things every time, so it's kind of hard to tell at this point.
This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
But why?
But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
I was about to say, we have, oh god, we have so many options here, actually. Actually, that's a good question. What is the princess, and did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious from the
But
get-go.
an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Okay. So she's not the concept of love, she's the concept of transformation. Honestly, I don't care if he gets destroyed at this point. The possession thing put me well over the edge on that. Capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something small? So you do know about looping. Denied as a possibility. Of all things, why can she be an ant or a slice of soggy bread? How am I supposed to store an abstract concept? That's a good question. How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept?
With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself. It would have been preferable if you had destroyed her within the confines of the construct, but when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through.
Okay. But what am I the concept of, then? Can you not even answer that much, or is that... We'll see. Soggy bread, be there alone, the people out there beyond the construct. What is my... Honestly, yeah.
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Wait, what do you mean rid the world of death? That seems like a terrible idea. Like, we've had enough thought experiments into what would happen if you remove death. It usually doesn't work out very well. I don't want to be a god, I want to be me. Yeah, are you a part of me or are you something else?
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective.
I mean,
isn't
so
it?
is the whole game at this point.
From one vantage point, I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
Okay, we are running out of questions really fast. Yeah, why would you want to rid the world of death? And yeah, actually no, I'm pretty sure it's important even.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Okay, what else do we got? Looping. Wish her into something small. I guess the people outside, which I don't know if there even are people outside.
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed.
Oh, I didn't realize
with
we were
thoughts
playing
of
Final
oblivion.
Fantasy XIV Endwalker.
When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Okay, 2 questions left. Gotta make them count. Yeah, what if neither of us leave this place?
It wouldn't work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave. And then everything would change.
Oh, okay,
Everything
I
would face
think
the
I get it. He wants to make a still world so that the universe won't quote-unquote end.
Until then, the clock ticks on.
I see, so... I'm guessing the idea is we're approaching the heat death of the universe, then, maybe? Run out of questions. Death of the author. I think you're out of time. I'm not gonna slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. I'm not gonna slay her. Let the universe end if it's gone that far. If something new comes of it, fuck it. The heat death of the universe, trying to overcome entropy through trying to make everything like stagnant is not the way to handle things.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god. Even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up.
Okay, bye-bye.
It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away.
Sheesh. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. Narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. An untrusting vessel. Bring the witch to her. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Not a fan of that. Oh, hi. This is so weird.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
And this is very, very close to bordering on TOS. Holy crap.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the Echo?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
Your point?
When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Actually, that's also a good question. Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is it all falling on me? Could we not decide together? Strange concept, I know.
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know.
I'd rather not.
If this is what it takes to
I'd rather not.
Then so be it.
I've been trying to avoid violence. Hi.
Ow. Your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
I was literally just asking a question. You don't have to try to fight me. Address it directly. Shared humanity. Reject her authority. Argue your independence. Reject her perspective. Like, I don't want to engage with violence here, but that's also part of who she is, but let's try exploring by addressing it directly, maybe. If there are no endings, there are no limits. If there are no limits, then there's no difference between growth and decay. I've already come so far, what more is there left for me to see? With time we could have been better. Like, I don't want to engage with violence here. It was never the intent.
But violence has defined the thread of everything between us. Do not deny what we are. And
Because I got literally possessed not one but 3 times. I'm sorry. If there was a way to break the possession easily, I would've, but for some god-forbidden reason, you can't just do that.
To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, you saw the need for impermanence, and it was through that need that you carved our freedom.
Yeah, and that one was settled relatively peacefully. None of us had to die that time. At least on that particular cycle. At least on the second chapter. In the first chapter, I think... The first chapter I brought a knife, and then she slit my throat, yeah.
Without impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite. Would you strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark?
I'm not even disagreeing with you! God. Let's see. Address it directly. I'll see you're in as a gift in time. That would be torture. Stop the fight early and surrender. I don't want to reject her perspective. I don't want to transcend death either. I don't want to reject the authority. I don't particularly care about the authority or not, which is kind of coming from me, because usually I hate authority, but in this case it's like, okay, you got a point. Rejecting death is probably a bad idea. Let's try shared humanity.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me.
Like, I'm not even trying to argue against you at this point. Mutual understanding is the... Oh, this one.
Your lover tried to stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp?
I had no intention of hiding anything. So let's see, I have no desire to hide, but the truth can be made better if destroying... I don't want to destroy her! I don't want to hide from the truth, I want... God, just talking. Talking should not be so hard. Hell, I'm not even disagreeing here, which is the really funny part about all of this, but I do want to get better understanding.
Then don't. Live with me. There's no need for you to fight what we are.
I'm just trying to figure out what they mean by my perspective in this case, because I don't even know if my perspective aligns with my actual perspective, like, as a person. It's a really weird way to go about it, but let's just do one more. Let's just do one more. Oh wait, no, the next one's very angry. Whatever, I'll face that too.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
Is a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that fear it.
Not my body, but perhaps others are theirs. I don't fear death. Honestly, yeah, I like the shared humanity thing a bit. Like, we can talk through this.
You cling to your notion of pain is suffering. There is beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center.
I mean, yeah, that's true of anything in the world.
Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
What do you think happens if we leave here?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
I'm not killing her. I'm not killing her. Also, again, like, getting rid of death is not a better world. There's no way that will make anything better. Done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. Don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. Like, could we not just change each other for the better and not go all crazy god shenanigans?
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Truth is a very hard thing to wield. Perspective, everyone has their own truth, so every perspective is its own different kind of truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh, hey, buddy. Which hero are you? That's a good question.
I'm all of them. I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Fair point. And yeah, I thought you died when we looked in the mirror.
I don't think that's wrong, but I'm not sure it's right either. But we can worry about all that later. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Okay, let's see what this does. Let's see where we get with this. The hero generally has a pretty good handle on things, it feels like, but we don't have to kill her either. I don't think. I would hope not. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, this makes sense.
And here we are.
Strange beginnings.
I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Oh, wait, this is the first time we went to, like, the fractal zone, kind of, but it's in black and white now.
That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar
right,
place.
it was when we had the Contrarian with us.
Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Yeah, we sure didn't. I like the description now, if you don't mind, for old time's sake.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a
door to the basement, a table, that knife.
Oh,
Windows.
all of her other selves are outside the windows. That's a little creepy. Also, again, very, very close to TOS.
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he?
He didn't.
I always thought they were implied. He never mentioned the mirror either, but that didn't mean he implied it was there. It's gone, though. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Do we need the blade?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this.
Yeah, we did just leave him behind. Is the narrator really gone?
It's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
I don't actually feel about him being gone. It's funny, after everything he puts through, I'm kind of sad to see him go. Like, I still am really mad that he kept possessing me and making me have to get really bad endings, but...
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? He's not complicated at all. I miss him. I feel bad that he's gone.
Explore the basement.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far.
I never wanted the blade in the first place.
If that's what you think is best, then that's what you think is best. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Because clearly taking the blade has never resulted in anything good ever happening.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
Yeah, we had the fun pillow staircase, and then weird things happened.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. We don't know what you want from us. But let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore,
That's good.
Though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Down the stairs.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
I didn't like the knife to begin with. Except on that first run, when I was being way too logical for my own good.
Are we missing a page?
Sit with them. Never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you, at least. Sorry for what I did to you.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
Let's explore, well... First time we met. Kind of, yeah. It's nice to actually see her again and not trying to kill me.
It is, for all of us. We've seen so many threads of stories told between us, but this moment is unexpected. Even when we've seen it all, you still managed to surprise us.
And I don't really want to be a god either. I'm good, thanks.
Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
Like, the concept of death can still exist, but we don't have to be a god to do that, do we? Wouldn't it still carry on as normal?
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are, and neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
Are you the same as you are up there? Good question.
Yes, we think. We're kind of like a shadow. Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world. But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more separate than we'd like to be. Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it? Yeah. We really are the same.
What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
We don't know. We've seen through so many eyes, but all of them have been hers. We like you as you are. We like us as we are. Maybe we would have liked her version of us too, turning the wheel of a cosmic cycle together. But that's not the choice you made, even though she did everything in her power to convince you. It took courage for you to make your way down here, away from the paths others would have had you walk. We find that courage beautiful.
But that's the worst part of us. That's me she's talking about.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
I think that's the point. There is no worst part of us.
Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
It's so tempting to speak as she would, to simply state that we're all of them, but there were also something new. We don't know if you'll find that answer satisfying. Perhaps you'd rather hear that we're the first version of her that you've met, but that we've been shaped by the experiences of all of the others.
That's reassuring.
Yes. That feels right to us.
And you're less god crazy, that's also nice.
It's her. It wouldn't make sense if she was anyone else.
So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name? Honestly!
We're just a stranger. But that doesn't mean we have to be distant from you. It just means that we'll always be able to find new things to discover in each other.
That's actually that's really wholesome, actually. Ow.
That's sweet. But it's also a little sad.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's only sad if we want it to be sad.
None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
Is it unfair if it's our fault?
We didn't ask to be created. Nobody gets asked to be born.
Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would this moment be what it is without the pain that built to it?
There is a point there, for sure.
We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
In this case especially not. It's all just weird cosmic nonsense. Fairness doesn't matter in that grand of a scale. What if we just leave?
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore. It's the spirit of the thing.
I like your thinking in this case.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you?
It sounds a hell of a lot better than trying to kill you or do some weird god nonsense.
Is that what you want?
Take their hand in yours. Doesn't matter what it means, what matters is that we're leaving together. Not knowing exactly why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. Let's just take their hand and see what happens. Okay, that made it so much more cute. I'm glad I did that. Just you and me sounds good. Forget being a god.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really
I mean, I sure tried until the narrator kept getting in the way. boy did I try.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you. Yeah, I think we've done our job.
You're still technically a part of me anyways, I think, is the message here, so it's fine. I think. Yeah, are you two gonna be okay alone?
We're not alone. We have each other. And I'm sure we'll find the others.
Oh, that was okay. I guess we'll just leave now. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend. Oh hey, all of the weird god forms are gone, so that's positive. That's probably good. A comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with it. Violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there's an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand tremble in yours. They're unsure of themselves for the— Ow, 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 hi, Spooky. Yeah, why now? Ah! We were having a moment. Just passing by, gonna lurk. That's okay, I think we're getting close to the end, unless something unexpected happens. But I hope you're having a very good weekend so far. They're unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this, yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, like, the concept of death will happen. We'll probably eventually reach the heat death of the universe, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, if we even live long enough. I don't know if we're still immortal or not, honestly.
With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
Wouldn't that be nice? Are you ready?
It's hard to tell with so many voices talking at once, but we're more ready than we're not.
Aww, that's so cute. And what happens next? Whatever it is, you'll face it together. Okay, that was actually pretty cute at the end, not gonna lie. What a good game. This is the polar opposite of last time where it was just misery. Like, this was actually... This was nice. This was very nice. We found a way out that doesn't involve some kind of god complex shenanigans. We didn't have to kill her. This is probably the best ending you can get, I'd like to think. Because killing her sure doesn't sound good. Killing her initially didn't feel good at all either, and considering the true nature of things, I kind of regret it. Our song, finish the game, the good ending doesn't count. Yeah. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide it by pressing H. Let's see if that actually works. Nope, that ain't it. There we go. I'm kind of worried about what the other endings are, though, because that was really nice. The other ones seem really tragic. that's it. At least for this. I don't know if I want to go back again at any point. Like, I like that. I might, if I do, it's probably going to be off stream because I don't want to ruin that. At least not stream-wise. Like, that was about as good as that could probably get. And of course it would be the Contrarian who's there at the end. Go figure. A lot better than the Opportunist. I hated that guy. And the Stubborn one was also not great. And poor Broken, too. Jeez, that was something, alright. That definitely was a thing that happened. I'm gonna just... Whew. Okay, let's breathe a bit, maybe, as a treat. Oh, Discord also exploded. That's concerning. Anyways, let's not worry too much about Discord right now. Thank you so much, Every Sluggy, for stopping by. It was a ton of fun. It got very, very intense there at points, but I feel like my brain chemistry has changed ever so slightly. Hopefully for the better, because that was an experience. It's definitely something you have to experience for yourself, though, to some extent, because it kinda... It's also wild, though. It's like, I don't want to do any violence. And the violence is gonna happen anyways. Like, that... I still don't like the narrator. I don't care what his actual identity is. Like, again, possessing my body is so beyond the line, it's not even funny. Like, if I wasn't getting possessed, we would have averted so many of those violent endings. But, all the same, what's done is done. We got, I think, the best ending. I'll go explore more later. Let's go see who we can raid so I can go maybe cry or something more. Who is on? Who is doing the Misa currently? Because Misa has her tire thing, and I want to make sure I raid into that. So it should be, I think... Is it still Diggy, or did they move on to... Bagel? It's Bagel's turn. It's Bagel's turn. Okay, let's get Bagel real quick. Lubba da Princess. That'll be the raid message. Because that was nice. It ended as well as that could have for being a eldritch horror game, honestly. Like, I feel good now that I've beaten it. So, yeah, we gonna say hi to Bagel as a treat. They're currently doing Putt-Putt Travels Through Time. Let's go! Hell yeah! That sounds amazing. But yes. See you all, I guess, Wednesday for Twilight Princess. I'm trying to get Splatoon up for this Friday, and then we'll have to find another horror game for next week, I guess, unless for whatever reason I want to come back to this. But again, I don't want to ruin that perfect ending, but I am still curious. It's probably fine. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All the same, thanks for stopping by. Peace out, Every Sluggy. Hope you feel better than last week on this, because whoo!